Step right in. Through the sound and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman grins from the dune, calling with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh, hold it up, let it fly. We question the question, try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship, tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending, or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you, or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh, hold it up, let it fly. We question the question, try under the wings of wine. Truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky, not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer, try under the wings of wine.
Hell yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Let's make sure we're all tapping the screen, sharing the live. We are just getting started, and we are here, as we always are, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. Nobody's looking for a fight in this room. We're just here to see if, if questioning your beliefs is even really a thing that you can do. And if it is, if you can question your belief in some kind of God or higher power, afterlife thingy or whatever, well then, you can even ask me a few questions. Because it is question the questioner. Well, I may just leave this prompt for indefinitely. I like the opportunity for people who have actually shown their questioning ability to be able to dig in and question me a bit. But welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. It is good to see you, Thrayle, Cozy, Cognite, Cat in the Vat, also Thrayle, Dark Raven, Grumps, The Real Baby Bear. Good to see you, Soul and Spirit, Mika. So many of you, and we're really just getting started. So if we all just keep tapping that screen and sharing the live, I'm sure well, in no time we'll have somebody who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I do see we do have a request, and I'll bring you up here in just a moment. I just need to make sure that, there was something I needed to do. Been meaning to do. And I think, there it is. That is. Yeah, we won't do that. No, we can't do that. I think that should be more than enough. What do we think? Anybody notice anything different? What happened that's different? What do you think? Any guesses? What changed? Something changed. You can't see it yet, but it's there. The change. That was not what changed. But, no, something changed. Ah, there it is. Now we can all see it. What do we think? What do we think of that change? I like that change. Welcome to the team, Mika. You'll find access to a few more Discord channels soon. But if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or really anything like that, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. Nobody's looking to burgle your gods. But we do want to know, if questioning your beliefs is a thing you can do. And if it is, I've got all these boxes up here just waiting for you. Real Baby Bear. It's not about whether or not a drunk person can be profound. And if you think being up on this panel to be profound is the goal, then you're in the wrong place. We're not here to be profound. We're here to see if you can question a belief. If that's the thing didn't I just say this exactly word for word? To see if you can question your beliefs. That's all we're here to do. To see if questioning is a thing that, you can even do. did a thing yesterday where I just kind of sat here and rambled in a goofy way about how what we're doing is questioning, and I did segue salad basically. It didn't really work. I mean, we're just me talking and just jabbering on and on. If if we had someone curious enough to question their beliefs, then we could absolutely, prevent me from just jabbering in a mindless, meandering way. Unless that's what you want, because otherwise I think that's what'll happen. I could throw on, song after song, do musical breaks and that sort of thing. But wouldn't it be great if a believer with a belief had some believable way of questioning that belief? Wouldn't it be great if they join us on panel and share that believable way of questioning their belief, whether the belief be unbelievable or not? Well, Real Bear in the real baby bear in the comments seems to have some kind of belief about sightings. Maybe believing in extraterrestrial sightings. Is that what it is? Oh, Queen Disco, if you have a belief on a belief about beliefs, you should completely question it. I agree. Yeah. Especially if that belief on a belief about beliefs is, believable or unbelievable. Either way, it should definitely be questioned. I had a guest in queue. I accepted him up at one point, and they didn't appear, and it seems they're still in queue. I don't know if they're still here, so I'm going to check again if it works. Oh, holy crap, it did. Cozy Cognate, did you mean to request up?
Yeah, actually.
Sorry to make you wait so long. I thought it did somehow, you were a ghost or something. You just didn't appear when I pushed the accept.
No, it didn't give me an option.
I see. So, well, I need your age for TikTok TOS.
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I was raised Southern Baptist, so you know how great that is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I can't get rid of them, and I want you to question my beliefs, to help me question the overwhelming crap that I have in my head that I can't get out.
So to clarify, do you currently believe that the biblical God exists?
In a way, but I don't think of them in a good light, if that makes sense. I mean, I read the Bible, So it sort of created an anti-theist of me, but not really an atheist. And I kind of need to get over it. So I am literally asking you to question my beliefs.
Yeah, we got that part already. You did say that part. You seem stuck on that part. Are you not? Well, let's say you think there is a God, that it does exist, but you're trying to question it for some reason.
Yes,
What is it? Sorry, because what?
because it hasn't helped me any. It's been horrible. Like it has ruined my life in some ways, in other ways not. But in a lot of ways, it's just something to be afraid of in the back of my head all the time. So I need it out of the back of my head.
So you're afraid of a God that you don't want to believe in.
Yeah, that's about accurate. Yeah.
In what way do you think this God exists?
Um, that's the thing. I do not know. I don't know how it would exist. I've heard the argument of if God is what it's just a fear that he exists or it exists. So I'm like right there close
Yeah.
to it.
So you have a fear that it exists, but you can't reason any way in which it should,
Exactly.
or why it should exist.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so your belief entirely is based upon the fear of what? Damnation?
I gotta tell you, yeah, I guess so. When you put it like that, it actually kind of it's like, yeah, I guess it is actually because trained from early age. I knew about hell before I knew about death.
Do you expect that a God that's supposed to be somehow loving would want to see you burned for eternity just for not, believing in it without evidence?
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. Everybody that comes on that's a Christian, because I've caught your show, and it. By the way, you have a beautiful voice. I hope you narrate something one day. But the thing is I don't understand how other Christians see God as a loving God. Even in the Bible, it talks about him like there's multiple times it calls him a terrible God, something to be feared, something to be afraid of, stuff like that. You look at how he set up Adam and Eve. You look up, and I don't even believe the Adam and Eve thing. I think that was probably borrowed from another thing. I understand that Yahweh was literally like in a pantheon. I understand all of this, but I cannot get that fear out of my head.
Right, you can't get the fear out of your head. Um, do you allow fear to control other aspects of your life?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
Safety, I guess.
Safety. Is that fear or caution?
Um, well, can you give me the difference?
Well, in this case, it seems that you have fear of something that you don't know is there because you've been told. But when you, for instance, shutter your windows against a storm, that might be caution because you've seen storms damage windows. You've seen it happen.
Okay. And so, like, you're saying that the fear of God is like a worry for something I haven't seen happen.
Have
Like
you
the
seen hell?
no, I did.
Have you seen a god smite someone for not believing or for questioning his divine authority?
Sometimes I feel like I've been smited.
How are you still here?
Oh, the best smite is one that keeps going, ain't it?
I wouldn't think so. Why would that be?
Oh,
Is that a smite?
yeah, yeah.
How's that a smite? Are you in the process of being smoten?
if if I
Is it
contributed
smote? You're
at
at
one
smo.
at one point, like I all right, so I went atheist at one point, and then the fear
What
came
does
back.
atheist mean?
Just didn't believe in anything.
Just
Just
didn't
was like,
believe. Just no
yeah,
acceptance.
yeah. I was just like, no, no. It was the way I could cope with life
Was
at
it
one
no?
time.
Were you saying no? No belief? Like no, this God doesn't exist? Or were you saying no, I just don't believe because I don't know?
It was a cope probably because I was saying like at the time my son he was on the way. He was in the process like getting developed and he had genetic disorder. And if I believed in God, that gave me something to hate. And I didn't like feeling that hate. So I told myself that if God isn't real, then genetic disorders happen to every single animal on this earth, every single organism on this earth, even trees, slime molds, everything. And so my son's
Mm-hmm.
genetic disorder was just something that happened. And since this earth just has bad stuff happen to everything, it is essentially somewhat fair because it's random. And that helped me cope with the idea of, you know, and then life
I'm
kept
sorry,
happening
it's fair
and it got
because
worse.
it's random. How is that
Yeah.
fair? What does that mean?
Uh, if bad things happen randomly or things that you perceive as bad happen randomly,
What does
then
random mean?
I don't know, like the lottery.
The lottery. So you think bad things happen at the rate or in a similar fashion as to winning the lottery?
Uh, Probably a little bit easier to have bad things happen, perceived bad things happen than winning the lottery.
Can you force bad things to happen? Can you like do something that you know bad things will happen because of?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Can you do that with the lottery? Can you force a win on the lottery? Can you do a bunch of things to make yourself definitely win?
Um, no, I don't think so.
Okay. So maybe not quite analogous.
Okay, yeah,
What
fair
do you
enough.
really mean by random when you say bad things happen at random?
I mean, you can't always know the future, and bad stuff happens. I don't really know how to define it, honestly. If I can, I say I don't know.
Yeah, that's actually how you win. Congratulations. W's I don't know in the chat. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
Good job. No, really, but so you don't know like what random is. So is it that bad things happen randomly, or is that kind of just an easy way to say we don't really know the rate at which bad things happen, or bad things could happen at you know through cause and effect, or there could be some random, some based on cause and effect, some based on some other criteria. And I don't know, but
Uh, Yeah, I mean, everything has a cause.
So, so is that really a way to help reconcile how a good God could let bad things happen?
No, 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 no. You're missing why
Oh,
I.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I told myself there wasn't a God
Hmm.
so that I could cope with bad things happening.
Right. So, in what way does this now help you with there being a God? Like, if there's a God that you should fear, how can all these bad things happening not be somehow, I don't know, prevented by it? Couldn't it have done something different?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it?
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to believe in God is
Mm,
because uh, I hate him, and I'd rather not feel that way.
you'd hate him. Hate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Interesting. So
Yeah,
that's not really not believing in him. That's being upset with him, bitter, feeling
yeah. And so I
something towards
coped.
him that
So I
he's there.
coped by saying, there's no God.
Hmm.
All things are subject to genetic disorders, and all things are subject to like a rough life. So
Hmm.
there's, you know, if there's no God, then I feel better. But it creeped back in. More bad things kept happening. More and more bad things kept happening, and because of my upbringing, it was in the Baptist or in our particular brand. It was if you turn away, then God's going to keep doing bad things to you until you turn back. And then just more and more bad stuff kept happening, and it made me start thinking, okay, this motherfucker is coming after me, which is illogical, but you can't help the way he was raised. Uh-oh, did I lose you?
No, but do you remember the original question that I had asked?
No, sir.
Yeah, I was asking if you really were an atheist or if you were just angry at God, kind of, but I had asked it differently. You kind of said you were angry at God, so I'm kind of
Yeah.
curious. Why now do you believe in God then? It's just fear of hell, just fear of that.
No, I think it's just bad shit keeps happening, and
Hmm.
it makes me think that there's just so
Believing,
many damn coincidences.
so if bad shit keeps happening, lots of coincidences, therefore God.
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
In the way it's a very sly. It could be just pure psychological trick. Probably is like that's the way people get in your head. But like, it's the whole backsliding thing. You fall out with him, and he punishes you. Like you get punished in random ways. In the Bible, there's all sorts of cruelty done by God because he wanted to prove how badass he was, kind of thing. Do you get what I mean by that? Like,
So, do you believe like anything from the Bible specifically is true?
can't prove a bit of it. It could be interpretation of interpretation of interpretation.
Hmm.
There's no real evidence for any of it. Everything's always feelings based, you know? And that's the hardest thing to get rid of is the feelings. That's why I
Hmm.
need this out.
So, your entire worldview is based upon feelings and fear, and you need it out, you say. But in what way are you actually questioning it? It sounds like you recognize this is entirely based on feelings and fear. So, why even, continue to foster or put effort towards a belief? Why not? Well, simply let it go.
I don't. I can't really help what I believe unless I question it. So I have
Right.
to,
So, but
like,
you
I've
seem to
even,
have questioned it. So you hold a belief on something based on an emotional response to
yeah,
a story that you were told.
emotional, yeah, emotional response to indoctrination.
To
Yeah.
indoctrination. You recognize it as indoctrination.
Yes. Intellectually, I could say that I could probably do a great job of showing a lot of people how God doesn't exist,
Sure.
but I couldn't do it sincerely, if that
Why?
makes sense.
Why?
Why couldn't I do it sincerely? Because I'm still afraid God exists.
Afraid. So, again, is this really a belief or just a lingering fear that perhaps you might even need? I don't know. Have you ever spoken to somebody about this on a professional level?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I've even got like notes on this. Like, um, beliefs dictate decisions, and decisions affect my physical reality. So my belief in God dictates my physical reality. So, like, I'm pretty sure all gods are collective ideas that a lot of people, through the mechanical process, mirror neurons, convinced each other that those exist. And then, almost like a supercomputer, they affect a lot of human culture. And you see what I mean? Like, I've thought this through. It's just, I need something. I need a dot. I need a dot at the end of it. I need a period at the end of it. And I was hoping that maybe, since yours is a pretty respectful, you know, show that offers questions, maybe you could give me more questions that could help me cross that off the list.
To cross your fear of hell off the list.
Yeah.
Does that you
Or not
recognize?
even hell.
Stop!
Not
Stop!
even
Stop! Stop!
hell.
Stop! Stop! You recognize out loud that you hold an irrational belief, a belief
Yeah.
without reason, a belief that you logically have no reason to hold, but that you hold it through fear, fear of what you have been indoctrinated to fear. And you think that a question might be asked that could possibly shake that belief, yet you already recognize the belief is irrational. Do you not hear the problem with that? You have questioned your belief. Your belief is an irrational fear that you should, if if you have trouble letting go or if you need more with, why, like, let me think of the question here. Why does irrational fear control who you are or decisions you make? Why do you let that? Doesn't that seem like a thing you could choose not to do?
Choose not to feel fear.
To react to it with actions di- dictated by a belief, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Your actions are dictated by this belief in a God based on your irrational fear. It sounds like you recognize the irrational fear would lead you to actions um, based on this. So why would you take any of those actions, recognizing the irrationality of it?
That's a good question.
Then is it even really a belief? It's not an acceptance, is it? An acceptance, a God is there. It's a fear of a punishment you were told about from a God you're not really convinced exists.
No, that's actually really good. The actions lead to a reinforcement of the belief. Okay. This is why I got on here. I've literally written this down.
Well, I'm glad I could help you, Cozy. I hope that you keep questioning. I do. And if irrational fear keeps driving you, definitely keep speaking to somebody about it. A professional of some kind. But otherwise, I do hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe we'll see you again soon.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yep. Big W's for Cozy Cognite. That went pretty well. I almost thought there for a moment that I wasn't the right, questioner for this, but I think we found the right combination of questions to help him take a step forward, or in some direction. I don't know what forward is. But thank you so much to Glamscum Poetry and El Chorizo for helping with the first goal. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you so much. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we should have a guest. Mm-hmm. Both sides think that is a powerful essence, not easy one, but yeah, definitely. What good does the fear of things you can't control? Like what? How does it serve you? What purpose does it fulfill? What utility does it help with? In what way can that even be useful? Fear of things you can't control, especially those that you can't even know exist or not. I could spend my time being afraid of a gamma ray burst, a thing that exists, that happens, that is, well, by all accounts, something we can't predict or see coming, do anything about. I could be afraid of it, but why? What good would it do me to hold that fear, to let it dictate my actions? What action would save me from a gamma ray burst? And then to take that a step farther. Now, it's not a fear of a gamma ray burst, but a spontaneously combusting Earth with no, same kind of result, right? But with no cause, just a causeless, spontaneous combustion of the planet Earth. That would be much more irrational fear. Why would I even believe that could happen? Supposing somebody told me a story growing up again and again about the potential of the spontaneously combusting Earth. I think I'd have to drive myself mad to get stuck in that fear. So why would I let irrational fear drive any of my actions? But maybe you've got a belief in a god or gods or something like that, and maybe you can question your belief. If you can, then go ahead and request up. I'm, just here to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in. Well, we can give this a shot.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, real baby. Can I get
Thrayle,
your
how
age?
are you?
I'm great. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I think my answer is no, still. But you know, as the alien disclosure continues, I'm more and more inclined to believe we're, you know, a 3-dimensional projection in a 4-dimensional universe. You know, all this kind of complicated stuff. Like, you know, maybe we're created by, you know, interdimensional beings. I don't know. I mean, really, I live and I don't know. My universe is a big universe if I don't know.
So why don't you believe in a god?
Well, I find the definition of God, as I've been, as I've read about it or been instructed about it, doesn't meet any test of science that I've also been taught. And so I have had these competing, you know, threads of logic in my mind. You know, people believe religion is law. And so then you take science and you apply it against it, and they don't match up. And so you have to kind of pick one. And so when I was really young, actually after my bar mitzvah, right after my bar mitzvah, I chose atheism. Agnostic. I'm politically I am atheist, but scientifically I am agnostic.
Can you think of what might convince you that a god exists?
I'd like to see a miracle. You know, any miracle would probably have me question more. But
What's
at
a
the same
miracle?
time, you know, great question, right? At the same time,
What's a miracle?
a miracle could be as simple as it is. Really, the burning bush would be a miracle, like something that. So to be very specific, there, if I saw something burning that wasn't actually like it was on fire, but the physical nature of it was not burning at all, and from that thing, it was speaking to me. Then and it had some kind of relevance in my life, then maybe that could
So
switch my brain. But at the same time, that could be like, I feel like we've got science to fake that, don't we? You know, like there are metals that we could light on fire that won't burn. We could paint them to look like a tree. You know, like somebody could fool me on that, you know? I guess I just don't. The thing is, I think the universe is so mystical, so magical. Like there's so much.
what does magical mean?
Oh, this is where we got off topic last time.
What does magic mean?
Okay, so this is okay. So when I say magic, I don't mean like a wizard. Okay, I mean I mean it in the artistic sense. I mean it like
a top hat and a rabbit.
No, I don't mean it that way either. When I say magic, I do mean more like a unexplainable
that always works.
No. Okay. No, okay, all right. No, not like that.
What do you mean by magic?
Magic, I mean like something that that exists beyond the normal comprehension of the human mind, and it could be.
Beyond the normal comprehension or the known. Did you say known or normal?
I said normal.
The normal. What does normal mean?
Well, normal being like somebody who is like who has never studied math is not going to like understand why being a
normal comprehension.
Well, I don't mean normal like a judgment. I mean, maybe I'm using the wrong word.
Sure.
I mean like our standard understanding of the universe. Normal.
What is it? There's a normal understanding that's standard.
Well, if I were a flat earther, you'd be like, right. Your understanding of the universe is wrong.
Why would I say that?
I'm not a flat earther.
Why would I say that? Do you hear me tell people they're wrong a lot?
Well, I think that flat earthers don't come up here. Hopefully, not often.
Sure, they do all the time. Yeah, we question flat earthers.
God, how do you deal with that? What's your go-to?
We question them on what they believe and.
Okay, well, hit them with the horizon. Hit them with tall towers.
We could hit them with things, but we really just question them, right?
I know you're better at that than I am. You're more a philosopher. I'm more a debater. But anyway, so when I say magic, I mean like the things that we as humans, infinity or zero even are concepts that in math are like kind of, they had to be discovered, like they're like, they weren't like a natural concept of humans, but they're so useful in the description of the universe, right? Infinity and zero, right? And you and I, we can be like, oh, zero, so normal, like infinity, so normal, but like actually we had to discover those concepts. That's my point. It's like normal being like, oh, like the sun revolves around.
Okay, right. So
yeah,
normal understanding of the universe, and there's nothing within the normal understanding of the universe.
Let me get into it
before we go there. No.
Yeah.
So because of the idea of spatial dimensions, first dimension, second dimension, third dimension is where we perceive. You're saying that there's other dimensions, that there's a fourth dimension. Is that a spatial dimension, or what is that?
Yeah, actually, we have the calculations up to like 9 dimensions.
Yeah, what does dimension mean?
Okay, so the math part of it would be like, okay, so like a single point on a graph, single point, that's 1 dimension. Okay? Then 2 dimensions would be 2 points connected, right? Like length and width. Okay? Or no, not length and width. It's just a line. A single line is 2 dimensions. So like anything you look at on paper is all in 2 dimensions. It's just lines, right? 3 dimensions is length, width, and height, right? And then 4 dimensions we think is length, width, height, and then there's this other time dimension, which is the movement of these positions in time, and then it goes outside of my understanding. 5th dimension, 6th dimension, 7th, like what we have math on is up to 9 dimensions, but I think they think there are like calculable 13 dimensions, I think.
So what was a dimension again? What is dimension?
A dimension is like well, this is my understanding of it. A dimension is like a determinant of perspective. And what is perspective?
A determinant of perspective.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Well, am I sure about that?
Yeah, how does that apply when you talk about something that is 2D?
I'm pretty sure about that, but correct me if I'm wrong, please.
I'm not telling you you're wrong.
No, I mean the thing is, it's like dimension is like, God, I mean, It's a very, I mean, that is an extremely complicated topic. What
Is it
is a
really?
dimension?
Is it possible that it's not as complicated as you might think?
That's possible, but I would also say that you know, it is impossible for you or I to describe the fifth dimension. Like you or I, we cannot. It is simply impossible to describe higher dimensions because all of the thoughts that we have, all of the science and math and observation that we have is within our dimension. And then if you
So
go,
all the things we have is within our dimension, but we still haven't defined what dimension is. So when you say within our dimension, I still have no idea what you mean.
okay, so okay, so where did I lose you on like the graph description? Like, okay, so like a single
Graph
point
description.
is like that's the first dimension.
A single point is the first, but what is it? What is the dimension that you're talking about?
It is a description of perspective, I guess, is kind of a way of putting it. It is like it's a description of scale within like a certain framework, right? So like a one-dimensional framework has a certain description, has a certain like quality to it, which is one-dimensional, and one dimension can be described as a single point. I hear you. Like somebody should Google it, please. Somebody Google me. Like Google me here. Dimension is like it is a perspective, really. I mean, that's the interesting to me. The
Do
interesting
you want
way
to
to
pause
believe it.
for a moment and take a Google? You can tap out the app just a moment and do that.
Chat. Wait, what about chat? Come on, chat.
Why
Hit
don't
us with a
you
Google.
stop? Would you like to do that? Would you like to tap out of the app and give it a Google real quick? It'd be a great opportunity for me to thank the chat and say a few words.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'll
so why don't you
mute
do that?
myself.
Yeah.
I'll mute myself,
Why
and I'll
don't you
come back.
go check your Google, look up the meaning of the word dimension, come back. And while you do that, I'm going to thank everybody for the 19,000 times you've tapped the screen and the 14 shares. Of course, we could tap a lot more and share way more. If we do go down and hit that bent little arrow down at the bottom right corner of your screen and, repost, add this story, you could copy the link a dozen times. You could probably post it to your Discord, WhatsApp, Messenger, whatever options it gives you there. And you could also just send it to a few friends. I bet all those would be great options to, help share out the live and get a few more people in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. All right, so did you go get the definition of dimension? I guess he's still getting it. While hang on. Now there's music, right? I can barely hear it.
Yeah, I know. I got the description. It's a measurement.
A measurement. So it's a measurement. So that's all it is. So in our measurement,
I
can't
think
measure
we limit it.
measurements outside of our measurement. Is that when you say like in the third dimension, we can't understand other dimensions? So it's saying like within our measurement, we can't measure other measures of measurement.
No, actually, no. The interesting part is we can define measurements below our existing measurement, but we can't go above. That's what's very interesting to me about dimensionality. So, for example, here's the parable. Okay, a cube. Take a cube. Okay, shine a light on a cube. Okay, you shine a light on a cube. There's a shadow, and the square.
Okay, you're just describing the flat thing to me. What does that have to do with my questions?
Well, I guess I'm not sure what your question is about.
Okay, so you seem to be, I don't know, saying that we are fourth dimensional beings, and
We might be. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
So now all my questions don't matter because we just might be.
No.
This is
love
part of the
thought.
problem, Real Baby Bear, with speaking up here when you're inebriated in any way, is that the conversation just becomes this kind of performative display of what you can say, especially when you don't really have a belief to question. And then, you just kind of, it is this thing, and then it's not this thing because it's that thing because I'm all mercurial because I'm loosey-goosey drunk, and that's so really boring. It's just boring. You're not participating in Socratic dialogue. You're not questioning your belief. You're just saying, I know this thing that I think I know because it's a thing I know, and I don't really hold it, but I think I know it. And you just kind of jabber on and on about it, but you're not questioning anything. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here for a debate or an argument. I'm not here to burgle your gods, tear down your faith, or destroy your worldview. If it happens, it happens, but I'm really just here to see if you can question. If questioning is even really a thing that you can do. Hello, Formless. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 28. Hold on, someone invited me up here.
You were in the queue.
Was I?
To join. That's how you got here.
Oh wow. I apologize. I'm not prepared for this.
I'll set you back down. No worries. When you're prepared, if you're ready to question, you can, of course. But we are looking for those with beliefs in gods, or a god or some kind of higher power-like thing that they can question, which would be awesome. It's definitely a Friday night. Hello, Julie. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I am 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in the gods of science.
The gods of science. What does that even mean? What is it?
The mathematical equations that tell us how we got here and how we will live longer than you peasants that do not believe in science.
Fascinating. So you're a troll and you don't actually believe in what you're talking about.
I'm not a troll.
What is a... Really? So you think that you're a believer in gods of science, which are mathematical equations on how we got here that will help you live longer?
Yes, and that's how I'm living. That's how I'm living because I believe in mathematical equations that equated to vaccines and science. And that's why we grew out of
Julie,
caves.
when you referred to people who don't believe in your gods of science and mathematical equations of creation or whatever the fuck you're talking about. Why did you decide to be all condescending about, believers?
I'm so sorry if you think I'm condescending.
Fascinating. So we're just going to move on from the drunk, obnoxious troll. And when you actually decide to grow up, you're welcome to try again, but I'm not here to entertain your absolute boorish, disgusting behavior. Grow the fuck up. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. But I'm not here for your disingenuous and just boring. Nobody's really entertained by that kind of trolling. We're more entertained by watching me bobble my head to music without words than listening to you drone on about shit you don't know. I mean, shit you don't know, that's fine. Most of what we talk about up here is shit people don't know. But, yeah, that kind of... There's a big difference there. I agree, Mika. I wonder... Well, maybe if I actually change the board eventually. Oh, we were sitting on that wrong board for a while. Let's throw another board up. Let's try... Oh... That one will work. If it comes up. Yeah, board fell down, but he came back with a new face. Well, new look. For now. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I just want to know, really, if you can question, then what is your belief and why do you believe it? And, I might have a few more questions for you. Uh-oh. This could be fun. Storm coming in. Well, before the rain comes, I hope we stick it out, but, you know, it might get a little noisy on my end. If there is anybody, though, with a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, or anything like that, like what else is like that? Like source, universe brains, some kind of energy field of consciousness, or everything is God. That's what I mean by anything like that. Whatever it is you believe in. If you've got a belief in something godly and godlike, and it's godding all around the God place where the gods do godding things, you know, go ahead and request up. If you can question that godlike thing. No, we hadn't gotten to brain sandwiches yet, Branch, but, well, I guess everything's a sandwich, and brains are sandwiches. Formless says, what is a sandwich? Oh, I don't know. But maybe it could be anything that's layered or described as layered. And in that case, then everything would be a sandwich, because everything is either layered or can be described as layered. So then, you know, you're a sandwich. I'd be a sandwich too, though, I guess. We'd all be sandwiches inside the great big sandwich of sandwich that sandwiches all of us in its sandwich. But somehow we're, like there's, 37 of us? How does that even happen at this time of night? 37 of us in the room. If we all get to tapping the screen, if we all got to sharing the live, if we all did those things, I bet we could get someone curious enough and courageous enough to question their beliefs. If, I don't know, maybe 26 shares is, you know, we're more than an hour in. We could do better than that. But I do want to definitely thank El Chorizo, Dash, and Fibonacci Flux for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. Really do appreciate all of you. And thank you all for the 22,000 likes. We really could keep tapping, and we would really probably be a little more likely to get somebody with the ability to question their beliefs. Vi says, do we get a special treat? I don't know what kind of treat you would like. What's a treat the audience would even want for that? Is that where I sing a song or put on a silly voice? St. Mary says, I want to see your face. Well, it's just one of those, it looks like this one. See? Ask anybody who's seen me. I look, this is me. Fibonacci Flex says Bogon poetry. Oh, well, I've actually read Vogon poetry. Well, Batcolyte Vogon poetry. I generated some that was kind of on topic-ish, as much as Vogons have topics. Does that mean I'm on cam? I mean, right? The Formless AEC has actually been up here before, and she does all right. She does question quite well. It's been a while, and there are times when I, pushed back and said she's not quite questioning this, but no, she does question it quite well, and that's good to see you, AEC. Oh my. Vi says, you know what, Vi, I'm not going to read that out loud, but, we'll see what I end up reading. I don't tend to read filth, but there have been a few, innuendos in a poem or two. But welcome in, everybody just joining. Of course, we are here as we always are, seeing if anybody with a belief in a God or godlike God thing can question that sort of belief. Hello, witness in the wild. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, I am 34.
And
Hello?
do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Absolutely. I think that Jesus Christ is the true sacrificial lamb.
True sacrificial lamb.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, I think that he is the Son of God, and I think that he is one in the nature of God.
I see. So have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Absolutely. Yes.
From
I have.
beginning to end, wow.
Yes.
And do you believe the stories within the Bible to all be true and literal?
I think that the Bible is the absolute word of God. Yes.
Wow, but it's all true, all literal?
Yes.
Everything with it? So
Everything.
Every word?
Yes, absolutely.
And you said you read it all?
Yes.
Every word. Fascinating. So if like for instance, the 6-day creation, is it Genesis 1? Do you believe that entire chapter to be true and literal? Everything made in that order, in that number of days, in that way?
Yes, I believe this.
Why?
Well, I can tell you that I've actually spoken to you before in the past. I don't know if you remember me.
Question.
Oh yeah, sure, for sure. Well, I believe that the Bible is just the absolute word of God blindly. I actually believe this in blind faith. I don't have to see. I don't have to know. I just believe.
So you're not actually here to question your belief, then? You just
Well,
believe blindly and believe out loud and like to preach on panels?
No, I don't like to preach, but I do like to believe blindly. Yes.
Yeah. And can you question your blind belief?
Defined question.
I see. So you can't do it then. You're not here to do any kind of questioning of belief. You want to answer questions about it and teach people what you believe.
Well, can I tell you the truth?
Yeah, I just asked you a question, and if you're going to lie to me, that would be a really dumb move, wouldn't it?
No, honestly, I would like for you yourself to.
Yeah, I'm going to just wait for, a believer who can question their beliefs, who's not going to just kind of, be boring. Hope that's all right, Good luck to your preaching or whatever it is you were doing. Hello, LD. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And which God do you believe in?
I believe the Christian God as articulated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I see. So, have you read your, I guess it's the King James Bible and the 3 Joseph Smith addendums?
Addendums. Yeah, so I've read the entire King James version and the NRSV, the Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and Pearl of Great Price a couple times.
And you believe all of those scriptures to be true and literal?
When you say literal, are you? What does that mean? Like, are you accounting for like poetry?
No, the ones that include stories of what happened. These are events that occurred. Do you believe all those are true events, true stories, literal accounts of historical happenings?
Not all of them. No.
It's the Bible that are not true.
Sure.
Can you give me an example of a story that's like a historical happening that is not true?
Like as in the events didn't actually occur? Is that what you mean by that?
Yep.
I know some people claim that the book of Job was a literal history. I think that that's more allegorical. At least that's what biblical scholarship seems to imply.
So the book of Job might not have happened.
Correct. As well as like the story of like the book of Jonah probably didn't happen.
So I see. Jonah and Job.
Yeah.
Any other Joes?
It's possible, like, because the creation events in Genesis 1 and 2, they have a lot of contradictions. It's probably more allegorical. That comes from Babylonian creation myths from the Enuma Elish. It's possible that that's just a story to teach principles, but the earth is probably not actually only 6,000 years old, and it is a young creation thing. So I don't know if that answers your question. Let me know if I need to rephrase it. I can't hear you if you're talking.
Mm-hmm. Be patient.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why you're in a hurry.
Sorry.
So do you believe the 6-day creation event?
As a literal history, no.
I see. The Adam and Eve.
No, I think that's probably more allegorical.
I see. So neither of those stories are technically true then.
Can I ask you what you mean by true in that sense? Or are you just asking if it's historical?
If
or
these
do you mean
events described happened.
Probably not in the way that traditionally people think they happened.
So not in the way people traditionally think. So you'd think they did happen, just not the way they're written.
Yeah, like I would say it's. Sorry, go ahead.
So then you think God created things in a 6-day period, but not that 6 days, or what?
I think that when we say day, I don't think it's relegated to a 24-hour period. So, for example, evolution could be true, and at some point, one of those creations entered into a covenant with that deity. But I don't know if it happened word for word in the way that Genesis 1 and 2 say it happened. I think it's probably more allegorical to teach principles or to teach morals.
So the 6-day creation is meant to teach morals.
So, sorry, can you say that one more time?
Which morals are taught in the 6-day creation?
So, for example, I think the principles of of agency and making good choices versus bad choices, consequences of actions, opposition in all things, the importance of making covenants and following commandments, stuff like that.
I see. So covenants. So you think these are moral prescriptions from God told through false story?
If by false story all you're referencing is a historical event, I think that, like, for example, we can pull.
Right, the ugly duckling would then be true, right? If it gives some kind of moral teaching. That's what I mean, though. Like, it's not a true story. It's just giving you
From a story, then that's...
Yeah, so then the ugly duckling is a true story.
Yeah, true as in it teaches a moral principle,
so
sure.
You're kind of being pedantic with the word true. Why is it that you would use true in this sense and call it true? Is it just to make the Bible seem true even when it's not?
No. I mean, would you agree that there are multiple uses of the word true?
Would I agree what?
That there are multiple definitions to the word true. So, for example, true as in it actually happened, or true as in it actually teaches a good principle.
I don't know that true is teaching a good principle. I don't know that that's a definition of the word true. It sounds like something you're tacking on to make it seem like it is useful here, like it applies here. Why is that?
I guess maybe I'm using it as a synonym for correct.
Correct.
Perhaps.
Is that really correct, though? Correct isn't, like, the story still isn't correct. The story is useful. Is that what you're trying to say? Useful?
Yeah.
Does useful mean true? Are those synonymous?
Not in all cases,
I
perhaps.
see. So is it possible that there are stories within the Bible that are not true and may still give a moral lesson? That wouldn't make it true, though, right? You wouldn't say, this is a true story, right? If a movie was made of Genesis 1, would it say these are actual events, eventing or something?
I guess they could make that claim. I don't know if they could necessarily substantiate it, but
So you believe in, of course, also the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, what was the third one?
Doctrine and Covenants.
Revenge of the Covenants.
Revenge of the
Okay. So,
it's great.
So you read Book of Mormon, right?
Yeah, I've read it close to 18 times. Yeah.
Wow, 18 times.
Yeah, close to it.
Mm-hmm. And you think that's all, well, at least the story parts are true, the things that are there to tell you what happened in these places at these times.
Yeah.
That's all true.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Second Nephi, right? That's true events of the Lamanites and their cursing. And, yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you think that's all true, that God cursed people with black skin so that the white people would be repulsed by them?
No, I think that would not be an accurate interpretation of that.
Oh, that's not what it says. What does it say in 2 Nephi 5, 21 through
21.
25?
Yeah, it'd be 521. So I guess you would be presupposing that ancient Israelites are white and black people. And I don't think that's accurate.
White is the wrong term. Fair and white. No, wait. I'm sorry. The book says white. I'm not saying white.
Right.
Joseph Smith
what would white and black mean in an ancient Israelite context?
It doesn't matter what it means. Do you think that Stop. You know what consent is, right? Don't do it again. Okay, so you were saying that the white and black doesn't mean white and black, and that wasn't my question. My question was, did your God curse fair-skinned people to be black so that they would not be delightsome to the fair-skinned people? The white people, as your book says.
No.
So that didn't happen?
No, not in the way that you're presenting it.
How did it happen?
So, I don't think that ancient Israelites were white or black skinned. And if you look at verse 21, over the word skin, there's a footnote D that takes you to 2 Nephi 30, verse 6, that talks about the scales of blackness over their eyes that caused blindness. And so I believe it's talking about a spiritual blindness, not a skin color.
But why does it say skin? It says skin, right?
Yeah.
So then this is suddenly...
Context, scales of blackness or black skin could refer to somebody's countenance.
Where does it say that? I'm sorry, countenance, what is that?
So a countenance would be a good way to phrase this. It's a Hebraism.
A Hebraism? I'm sorry, what is Hebraism?
So you could think of it like a saying or phrase from an ancient context. So for example, Job, when he is described as having a black skin, it is him after having become depressed from the things that happened to him. So his countenance changed from one of happiness and relief to one of sadness. And so
I see.
he was
So-
cursed, quote unquote, cursed with a black skin.
I see. So where it says that they were cursed with a skin of blackness, and so that they would be loathsome, it's not saying that it makes them black and that they should be loathsome. It doesn't describe them as having darkened skin.
Correct. Yeah. So there's
So this part here is just a metaphor for countenance. And why does it say skin of blackness? And it also implies that they should be idle and lazy and search for wild beasts. It refers to them basically in a sort of savage sense, saying that they are darkened and made wild.
Yeah, great question. So it would say skin because at the time of writing, Nephi was an ancient Israelite from Jerusalem, so he would have understood that term, and that's just what it got translated into to teach that concept. There's multiple promises in First Nephi that if they were obedient to the Lord, then they would remain with the Lord. And if not, they would be cut off from his presence. So when someone
really
loses
quickly,
the spirit...
I need you to stop for just a second. Apologize for the interruption, but I do have to ask an important question. It's kind of important.
Sure.
It really does seem relevant now.
Sure.
I think it's quite clear. Why did you request
I was interested. A friend recommended that you were the most fair panelist to ask these kind of questions.
I see. So questioning your beliefs. So just me questioning, right? You don't question your beliefs, right?
No, I do all the time.
In what way do you question your beliefs?
When I learn something or I'm reminded of something that I do all the time, I say, it's been a while since I last considered if this is true or not, and then I try to test it the best I can.
Test it the best you can. What do you mean by that?
So, for example, it sounds like you have a knowledge of the Book of Mormon. There's Moroni's promise to pray to know if these things are true. And so...
Is that how you test your beliefs, is to pray if they are true?
In regards to the promise that if I pray, I'll receive an answer, sure, I'll pray to know.
So questioning your beliefs isn't really a thing that you do in an actual sense. You pray and ask God if this is true, and then you get an answer. Believe that somehow in your feelings or your gut.
No, I was being very specific. With that specific principle of prayer, the word of wisdom, I live according to it and see if it's actually useful or a quote-unquote true principle for myself. So I test it.
Okay, so you test it within itself, and you think that are you saying that you have gained wisdom through prayer this way to test it, to see that this works, and so therefore you believe it? And was that what your example was about?
Yeah, I guess I would say I think there's an invitation extended.
Are you familiar with what confirmation bias is? Or questioning of your belief?
I do things like I'm doing now and talk to other faith practices that may view the same thing differently, and I test out what they've invited me to do as well to see if there's any differences.
So just compare and contrast with other people who have their own biases.
Sure. I don't believe them just because they've said it. I test the methodology and what their invitation is.
Right. You examine theirs for flaws and errors, or
no.
Is that not the thing? No, you don't examine.
No. So when someone invites me to do something, I assume what they're telling me is true.
Fascinating. Why?
Yeah. Well, in order to give it the fairest go. So, for example, if you have a hypothesis, you assume it's true, and then you test it until it's not.
Why would you assume it's true? That doesn't sound like you might lend your bias then if you're just assuming it's true until you prove it's not. Is that really what you think science does?
Yeah, perhaps maybe I misspoke. I guess you give a hypothesis and an educated guess on what could happen, and then you test to see if it actually bears out.
Right, but not with the certain belief that it must be true until proven wrong, right? That would be, like, that would definitely lend a confirmation bias, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I could see what you're saying there.
So do you see how, in your example, you're showing how you question, you fall for your own confirmation bias, right?
Sure. I guess let me try to tackle it from this angle. If I think that the Book of Mormon is true, for example, I can go ask people who think it's not true and see if their reasoning bears out, and if it accounts for more, if it's more beneficial to me and it accounts for more of the data, then I have no problem,
so for
going with that view.
So for you, it's a matter of then going with whoever is most convincing.
No, not necessarily.
I could have sworn that's what you just said.
No, I guess what I would say is, I only know the things that I know, so I'm constantly searching for things that may prove what I think I know to be wrong.
You only know the things I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I go and search for the things that I don't know, and the new information, if it proves what I think I know to be true is wrong, then I have to accept that thing is wrong, and I need to stop following.
So based on new information only, then, so you accept things as knowledge you've heard until new information gives you reason to question it.
So can you say that question one more time?
New information to question it.
I would say no, actually.
Oh, no.
I guess even the things that I think are true, I feel like I actively look for new sources that could prove it wrong as well. Like, I'm open to changing my standpoint.
Which standpoint?
Whatever I've deemed to be quote unquote true.
I see. Which standpoints are you not willing to question? In relation to your God belief, your faith.
It's a good question. Recently I've been going through something called derealization, so I guess I'm kind of in a spot where I'm open to questioning most things. I guess I haven't thought deep in that one.
I see. You don't think that you are unbudgeable on your LDS faith?
I don't think so.
Or do you think you're unbudgeable on your belief in the Christian God?
No, I think I could change my mind on that. Sure.
What do you think might convince you that this God does not exist?
It's a good question. I guess I don't know. I guess I'm still looking for something that rocks it.
That wasn't I wasn't asking you to say, is there any kind of evidence, any kind of, I don't know, realization that might call into question the existence of the God?
Yeah, I feel like it gets called into question all the time, especially with like derealization and stuff like that. Like, I feel like I question that stuff all the time. Like, I'm sitting in church. What if this is all, just a sham? What if we are just sitting on a rock moving through space and there is no purpose to life, kind of a thing? Wow. So yeah, I consider those things, and I would say that I've had some existential crises come from it. But
existential crises from thinking of being on a rock hurling through space.
Yeah, and like that there's nothing after my lights go out, you know? And I think if that is true, what kind of life would I live? Ultimately, it would be meaningless, but I think I would still want to live the very best good life I could, just because.
Do you think you're doing that now?
Yeah.
You think you're, if you came to the end and realized there was no afterlife, no, what do they call him, Heavenly Father, there was no planet, or is it heavens? I've seen so many different conflicting results.
They're heavens.
Planet. Are they planets?
No, we wouldn't believe that you get your own planet, but.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Just some of them.
So is the question is if none of that is true, like would that change how I live my life?
Yes, that was the question I was getting at.
Honestly, I don't think very much would change. I still don't believe you should be a shitty person, regardless of your belief system. So I think I would still strive to find what good means and try to do that.
Do you feel that you would have wasted any of the time that you have on faith, on religion, on...
No, I don't think so.
So even if the God were not true, you don't think that you would have felt any time lost on faith?
No, because I think it made me a good person.
If this God were not true, would you see any harm or problematic issues with the...
I currently do, so...
I imagine you might. Hello, Kiera. Good to see you.
Hello. Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. I'm curious, LDS, do you think that there are currently... Well, I mean, you said there are currently flaws you see even as a believer. What's one that you think might come up if you did not believe? What's something that you see that only makes sense if the God is true? Yeah, are there any practices or traditions or beliefs that might be, I don't know, harmful or even just untenable if the God were not true?
Most of my complaints come from, I think, people over applying a principle to the point where it's not really closer to like slut shaming, where it's like you started on the right track, but it went too far, and then people don't seem to want to be corrected in that. You know, I would say that's...
So, sorry, what was the right track?
So the right track, you could talk about modesty, for example, or like sexual purity. Oh, sorry,
Why is that the right track?
I think that there's great benefits that come from so, for example, in a law of chastity context, I think it's good to not, have promiscuous, intimate relations with people that you're not married to and have no obligation to. I think the potential of having things like STDs are harmful to society.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Do you think that those things are inherent to things outside of purity culture?
Can I ask you to clarify what you mean by that?
Do you think that people who, like, waiting until marriage to the common tenets of purity culture are not also aware of the risks of STIs and preventing those things?
I think that they're definitely aware of them. I think that they take that risk on.
Do you think that if someone is not adhering to this thing to end up that way, like when you think of somebody who is not adhering to, I guess this almost like the chastity rule, almost like
Sure.
bound to end that way, like they're going to have this encounter with that situation?
I mean, it's not a certainty. I think that they're playing the water, they're playing the roulette table on that. And I think that it's too large of a risk. So like, take something like the word of wisdom and abstinence from, alcohol or illicit substances and things like that. I see no personal benefit to that. I think people, then that's their choice. But I think they're taking on an unnecessary risk that has very little benefit to them. And I would, I guess, apply the same thing to the chastity rule. I don't know. Did that answer your question? I'm not sure if I answered it directly or
No,
not.
I think so.
Okay.
So. I'm just trying to explore your thought on it and like what because the immediate connection, right, is like if you are not abstinent, then STIs, and that's a weird.
I think that's an extreme. Sure. Yeah.
Right. So I was like, I'm not sure. I did have another question for you, if it's okay.
Sure.
If we're not true, how you would feel. Do you think? Have you considered how you might feel? There would be a sense of betrayal or a sense of like this investment that you bought into. Because that's, I mean, I guess that if we want to narrow down what tithing is, right?
Sure.
Do you feel like that would have been stolen from you in that case, or like how would you feel? How would you navigate that?
So as I've thought through that a lot, I don't think so, because I knew the intention of my heart when I gave it. What an organization chooses, like take like any charity, if it turns out that they were, an underground, attacking children, for example, I don't think that that's on me per se. I think that's on those individuals that have chosen to use their stewardship unlawfully and unrighteously.
Oh no, do you feel like the church uses its net worth appropriately?
I do personally, yes.
What helps you uphold that belief?
From participation in the organizations that are funded through things like my tithing. So I've been in bishop storehouses all my life. I served a full 2-year mission. I've been a part of Helping Hands, which is a disaster relief fund, and very, very beneficial, despite the fact that some people within those organizations may use funds inappropriately. I don't blame the organization or its procedures on somebody not following its principles or procedures.
Do you think that the church is, like when you look at the wealth of the church, do you think that they are giving it?
So my answer may be a little bit more nuanced. So I work for a financial firm that has a couple $1 trillion in assets under management. One of the things that I get to do is to help organizations create charities that can have a perpetual fund. So they give the amount that they can so that they can continue growing the fund so they can give more later, is like one of the specializations that I do. And I see a lot of those principles being used by the LDS Church. So relatively to its net worth are more later on, especially given how small the membership is, for example.
What makes you feel like they'll give more later on if they're not giving at this point?
So I guess I would say, looking at the historical record, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has been debt-free since 1901 or 1906, sorry, and they have substantially increased their donations and charitable organizations for over 100 years. So I guess I would say the history shows that they do give more as they do that, but most church assets, given their method of increasing that and continuing to fund it perpetually.
But like
I get,
when most of their assets are within an investment portfolio, even the gains within that investment portfolio, like they're still in the hundreds of billions. Do you feel like they're giving in like proportionally to guard your assets? You have to guard your investments, right?
Sure.
You don't want to you don't want to give outside of your means, but do you feel that they are giving within their means? Like, who needs hundreds of billions?
So can I ask, what do you mean by like giving? Like, what is your metric for what is giving? Is it just flat money, or is it services? Is it
Yes.
what?
I mean, in this instance, we're talking about money, right? So,
Sure.
like services, sure. I mean, within that umbrella, right?
Sure.
But when you have hundreds of billions and you still, the fucking mecca of your religion is in Salt Lake. Are steamrolling
homeless encampments without providing an answer for them, without providing a solution for them. Like to me, it's hard to look at that and be like, well, from my understanding of Christian values, like we would reach out and provide something for them, at least a bridge, at least some resources. If you want them to get back on their feet, I understand that. We're not trying to fund their life forever. But even then, like the bridges are not being built. The resources are not being provided. And they have all of the wealth that you can imagine. Right? Like they're one of the most wealthy organizations on the fucking planet. They could, but they won't. And so it's like, why? Do we feel good about how they're using the money that you're giving to them?
So I would argue yes. So for example, you brought up Salt Lake City and the fact that there's homeless people here in Salt Lake. I think that's a very valid question.
I think the LDS Church is a worldwide church, and that does not mean that Salt Lake is entitled to the total assets of a worldwide religion. I guess I would ask a deeper question of why hasn't the state of Utah or the other churches within Utah also solved that problem? Why is that uniquely
financial? Like, they don't have the same power to do so.
So wait, are you saying that the LDS Church is bigger than like the state of Utah in the sense that all assets can be attributed straight to Salt Lake? Or can be allocated to Salt Lake?
No, not at all. I'm just wondering.
Sure.
Why do you keep trying to read implications of questions?
In a measurable sense.
I'm sorry. Why is it that every question seems to be read into with an implication that we're trying to debate you?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
You seem to be trying to sort of look for our stances and be on guard to attack those rather than fielding the questions openly.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had kind of moved into more of a back and forth thing.
A back and forth thing. No, we're questioning to see if you can question your beliefs, which I think has been quite apparent that you can't.
Wait.
It's more like how do you feel about how they're allocating the money that they have?
Okay.
Like how, and the investment that you put into them, if you would feel like if you left the religion, would you feel like that investment was worth it? The monetary investment that you put in the church and how they're using the money and all of that.
And I thought I directly answered that I would be okay with it and I would feel good. Did I not answer that directly?
I think that you did, and I was exploring a little bit about what that meant to you, and that's all right. I don't know how you feel good about the way that they spend their money or hoard their money, but I feel like that might be an unproductive conversation.
Well, I felt like I answered it by stating that they do give charitably with their cash, but also provide services through helping hands, bishop storehouses, and things like that. So that's how I would feel good about it, is I see the efforts through the organizations I work through.
Ready counters to a question.
Well, no, I'm just repeating what I already answered to, right?
Yeah, that's what your answer was. A ready counter to a question. Counters to questions, not answers, not actual consideration, not introspection, not actual critical thinking, deep examinations of your positions, just simply answers.
Well, I feel like I'm answering the question, though.
Yep. You're answering some of the questions, yeah.
Okay. I guess maybe I have a blind spot here. Can you point out, like, what would be a better way for me to critically think on that question?
I don't know that it was necessarily that question. It's been a pattern throughout the conversation. Can you
help me identify what that pattern is?
I see. So you don't think that you are in any way hard-stanced, dogmatic. You don't think that you are in any way holding to facts and information that seem to bolster your stances. You're not responding in defense with these questions immediately. That's not happening.
I mean, from my perspective, I feel like I was asked a question and then I was asked, why do I believe that thing? I guess I don't know. I guess I feel like I've tried to do that, but I don't know, maybe I...
Go ahead, Kira.
I think where I was getting at, I think that where I was getting, when you require tithing from every member, regardless of their means, and then I look at the church's investment interest alone, to require tithing in order to hold the temple recommend, to me, seems unethical, and I kind of wanted to explore how that could seem ethical and seem like a good investment or a moral investment or a valuable investment when they literally hold hundreds of billions and there's poverty rampant, not just within their own community, but like you said, global. And I think that for me, I wonder how we can justify that when their own holdings but relatively it's very, very small. It's less than 1% yearly. And how we justify that, why that's still.
Sorry, am I cutting out or is she?
I think she is. I was just about to check my monitor to be sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I think I got the majority of what you said. It was just the last little bit. Do you want to restate the last little bit? You were saying that it's significantly less than 1%.
Yes, and so why we would see that as good or enough or
a reason to justify still tithing those who are of lesser means. In order for them to even hold a temple recommend. Like, that feels unethical to me. And so I think that's what's driving my question. Like, how that feels valid and fair to somebody within the organization.
I guess for me, just having been a part of those different organizations and going through it when I was struggling. So for example, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Latter-day Logic on here, but he lost his job and he was making like $800 a month. So he still gave his $80 in tithing, and then was able to go to the bishop's storehouse and have everything paid for.
So great.
Why should he have given any? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Thrayle.
No, that's exactly what I was going to ask. Go ahead, Karen.
When you're in dire straits and you are a practicing member of that church, regardless, for me, like, regardless of whether you're practicing or not, like, the audacity of that organization to hold somebody who is impoverished to a 10% burden, which is what it is in those times where you can't pay your bills, and yet to hold your temple recommend to still be considered a worthy member of this organization, you have to give. When you have literally nothing to give, seems unethical to me. And so I wonder, like, how you justify that, or how anybody justifies that, when they hold hundreds of billions of dollars.
Right.
This man who has nothing has to pay $80.
So ultimately, I guess to justify it, he believes that it's God that's commanding him.
That God is commanding him.
Yeah.
Where is God commanding him?
It would be found in the pages of the scriptures and
Why do you
of the
believe
modern
that's
prophets. Through faith.
Can you understand how that might feel like a bit of a slap in the face when someone's going through financial difficulty and they're still expected to pay 10% of that, whatever small amount that they can gather together, to just hold their temple recommend and do the things that God tells them that they're supposed to do, they are called to do. And the church holds hundreds of billions of dollars. And when you are paying your $80, which is a pittance, right? But to him, that is everything. To him, that is a month of groceries. To him, that is survival. And then they build a fucking mall. And then they build a new temple. And then they build, their money is being used for things that are not humanitarian, that are not helping anyone. That are honestly, I wonder where the Christianity is in that.
Yeah, so great. That's a great question. I think it's a very fair question. I see the parable of the widow's mite in the New Testament, where she gave all that she had with just the 2 mites, and she was blessed abundantly for doing that. The guy that I was talking about, he was able to go to the bishop's storehouse and get a full set of grocery. They helped him pay for his rent, and all of those things, until he was able to get back on his feet. He was put into a self-reliance course to assist him with all of that. So, and all those resources are available to all, not just members of the church.
But what about those who are not members of the church, who are living, and maybe even if they are, what if they cannot afford their insulin, right? And then they are still giving their tithing, waiting for the blessings of the Lord. But the point is that insulin is beyond their fucking paycheck, and then they die, because that has also happened.
Sure. Yeah, I guess
are they going to be blessed beyond this life? Like, I guess I'm wondering how we justify that as well.
Well, I mean, I can't speak to every instance ever, but when people, if the ward was aware of that, I guess, are we more asking about the church, or are we asking about my beliefs?
Both. Because, so I'm in Salt Lake,
Sure.
and many people that I know are Mormon. And
Sure.
this has happened where they cannot afford their medicine, and then they have passed away because they cannot afford their medicine. There was no assistance. There was no one to relieve that burden. There were pantries, sure. There will be tenfold, 100-fold in heaven. But then the people here lost them. And I'm looking at the billions of dollars that they have, and it's hard for me to connect with this idea that paying your 10%, even when you're at death's door, as long as you can still hold your recommend, like, you will be blessed. You're going to be blessed in the next life, when that burden could have been eased in this life, because they have the financial power to do that for millions of people.
Yeah.
So it's hard. And so I wonder.
Sure.
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, finish. I was just saying sure. Like, I'm agreeing with you.
It's hard to understand how one could buy into a system that so clearly says things but doesn't do things. There is no reason that one single organization should have $300 billion, and that there are people living within their own organization struggling to feed their family. Pantries aside, pantries are good, but that doesn't ease their burden. Not really. Like, I'm glad that you can go get your canned goods, go get your bag of rice, right? But you still can't pay your rent. And that when divided by the LDS Church, that doesn't exist. And so I don't know. I cannot see. I wonder how you're paying your tithing, you're putting money into this church, you're investing into the church, and finding that money a good investment. I guess that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very, very valid question. So I believe that I've been commanded of the Lord to do that, and then I go out and I serve my community the very best I can. Like we helped him to move out of his apartment to get to a much better situation. So I think I believe that my beliefs move beyond just relying on the LES Church to take care of all of my needs. I am an active participant in my society as well.
Yes. And I believe that you are. And I believe that you do those things. And I believe that you hold to the spirit of this belief, right?
Yeah.
What I wonder is, why doesn't the organization hold to the spirit of that belief? When they have the financial power, when they have everything. They can, especially in Utah, they literally own the legislature. They can make all of the changes they want to. They can benefit anybody that they want to financially and also within our system of government. How do you excuse them when they're not doing what they could?
Sure. Yeah, I guess the way that I view it is that the LDS Church is not the state of Utah. It's a worldwide religion, and it
But you know what I'm talking about.
I do, to an extent. I just don't think that it's I don't think it's necessarily analogous to the church solving everything in Salt Lake.
It is when it comes to, okay, all right, let's talk about Prop 8 then. Because
I don't know anything about Prop 8. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to.
That's okay. When they That's okay. When they want legislation to move in their direction, when they want things to go the way that they want them to, right? When they want to play a role, they can, and they did. In 2008, Prop 8 was a huge deal, and they were trying to ban same-sex marriage. It didn't work, right? But they put a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of funding, a lot of everything that they could do. They put their power into it. And so you can see that the church does have legislative power. And we see that in the Utah liquor laws. We see that in a lot of things that are a part of Utah. And I guess that's why I'm like focusing on the church's role within government, because it is a very real role in government here. So on the opposite side, I can see when they used their power and their funding towards something that harmed others, they could also use that power and funding towards something that helps others, but they don't. And I wonder how we justify that.
Well, I guess I would say that I do see the church on a worldwide scale helping other people. Again, I'm not really privy to Prop 8 or what the rules, laws, and regulations or procedures are between like religion and state to a degree to engage too deep on that.
Are you in Utah?
I am, yeah.
How much of our legislature, like how many people of our legislature are Mormon?
I'm not sure what the percentage would be. I would imagine it's above 50% though.
It's above 80%.
Okay.
And so we can see how the religion very much does define what happens here and what's allowed here and what is blocked here and what is allowed here.
Okay.
And so I wonder, like, when we know where the responsibility lies, and I wonder why that is.
Well, I guess I wouldn't say that it's up to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to fix all of the state's problems. I think it's the state's job to fix all of the state's problems. Would you agree with that?
I would accept when the state's legislature is over 80% LDS. Where's the separation? When the state's problems and the state's issues, the legislation is aligned with the church, where is the distinction? Where's the differentiation?
I think it comes down to the individual persons and their agency. Not everybody in the church, like the church isn't a monolith in the sense that all members agree on every policy. So, for example, if you're talking about Prop 8, which is, was it same-sex marriage? Is that what we were talking about? Mm-hmm. I don't think the government should be in the marriage game at all.
Agreed. What happens, though, when a member of the church... What happens when a member of the church acts outside of the church's wishes?
I guess it depends on the circumstance and what they're doing.
You know what I'm talking about. What happens when... Let's break it down to a member. What happens when a member is not living up to the words of wisdom? What happens? They cannot hold power. They cannot take sacrament. They are denied position. They are denied a voice. Can we not see the parallel? If you do not comply, how that might lead one to be ostracized?
I can see absolutely how people would do that, yes.
And so if we're talking about government, if you do not vote, if you are in the legislation and you do not vote in alignment with your belief system, how you might lose support, how you might lose community, how you might lose the power that you hold, right? And so I think that it's an interesting thing to say the church has no say when you know.
Well, I haven't made that point. I haven't made that point.
I thought you just did.
No, I'm saying it's not the church's responsibility to fix the state of Utah. It's the state of Utah's job to fix the state of Utah.
And when I tell you that the church holds the state of Utah, how do you feel about that statement?
I wouldn't agree with it.
I just told you who holds power within the state of Utah.
Yeah, so I can give you an example. So my aunt is an openly lesbian lawyer who was put into a judge seat, and she was voted on in the Utah by the Utah House of Representatives. If that were true, she wouldn't have gotten her spot, but instead she did, because they actively went against what you would, I assume, would say would be contrary to the church's position. So I guess I just wouldn't agree with that. I don't think that bears out, because I find examples where that's not the case.
Those are outliers, though. Agreed?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Okay.
Sure.
To clear up the comments down there, Kira was not laughing. That was me. This guest cannot question their beliefs. It's been made quite abundantly clear. I don't know why you're actually here to genuinely question anything that you believe. I think you're here to put it on display.
Well, wait. I was answering all of your questions when you were asking about me and my beliefs. Now we're talking about how the church interacts with the state of Utah. That's different.
Right. She was asking you those. And how
Are you say what?
And how she's asking you about your feelings on these questions.
Yeah, I feel like I'm doing that.
Provide answers. That's right. You do provide answers. Do you think that's questioning your beliefs?
If by questioning my beliefs all you mean is do I agree with anything that I don't actually agree with, then
fascinating. That's not what I meant.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question here, LDS Scooby.
Sure, go for it.
What would you say is the best critique of your own belief, of the Mormon faith that you hold?
What is the best critique of my faith?
Yes.
I would say that I think sometimes we view ourselves over others at times.
Sometimes you view yourselves over others at times. That's the best critique of LDS belief systems and structures, of scriptures, of any of the belief system at all, is that sometimes you hold yourself over others. That's it.
Well, I mean, I guess for the most part, I think that it's a human problem to not actually live up to what the ideals and teachings that you claim to hold to. I think that we fall short in a lot of respects of what we claim to believe. But I think that's a human problem.
Right. So part of the idea of your belief is that you will fall short, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that's you doing what your book says you're going to do. It's not really a critique of the belief, is it?
Well, the belief in the book is to overcome that. And I don't think that we live up to overcoming it a whole ton.
You don't think you live up to overcoming falling short very much, where it says you won't?
Sometimes we take the easy way out.
So the whole of LDS strives for an ideal, and sometimes some of you take an easy way out.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing as Americans.
Sure. Is that a critique of the belief system, or is that a critique of the way some other Mormons practice? That's not really you critiquing your beliefs, is it?
Well,
I other people practicing your belief.
Well, I would critique myself on that too.
Okay, well, how would you critique your own belief? The beliefs that you hold?
I guess, can you give me an example what you mean by critiquing my own belief? I'm not sure what you're asking me in that case.
So, for instance, let's say somebody said, "Hey, Thrayle, what's your belief?" And I said, I believe in asking questions and questioning the answers." Somebody could say, "Well, how would you critique that belief?" I'd say, "Well, if I'm always asking questions and always questioning those answers, I may never actually settle on any answers, and it may seem to somebody like I'm standing still, or that I'm, floundering without any kind of understanding of things." Those would be critiques, right? I could definitely say that if I'm questioning answers and then asking questions and questioning answers and questioning answers, right? I'm going to be in a cycle of always questioning. That'd be a critique of my belief. Can you offer a critique of your beliefs?
Yeah, I think I might have to think on that one. I don't have anything that's coming to mind.
That's not a surprise, frankly. And I appreciate you, LDS, for being honest on that. But it does seem that you're not here to engage honestly or faithfully with the prompt. You can't question your beliefs. And so I, appreciate you coming up. But if you do find that you can question someday, maybe you'll come back and give it another shot. But for now, we're going to go ahead and move on to another guest. Hello there. Is that Saint Alios? Can I get your age for Tickbot or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm also LDS.
I see. And have you read your Bible and its supplements through entirely?
I have read the Bible. I don't know about every supplement.
I see. You're a friend of the previous guest, right? Came to show your support, argue alongside him. Oh, did you request up to actually question your beliefs? Is that something you can do?
Sure, yeah.
What does that mean?
I thought, what does it mean to question my beliefs?
Yeah.
To be able to think critically about them? Just to question the assumptions that I might have about them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, do you actually question your LDS faith?
Sure. Yeah, I think we should.
In what way do you question your belief?
Why do I believe in God?
That's not what I asked. I'm sorry, stop for a moment. Holy shit.
Okay.
Did you just enter another dimension and hear a different question than the one I asked?
Maybe I didn't understand your question.
How is it that you question your belief and you said, why do I believe in God? Like somebody else asked you. I asked you, how is it that you question your belief?
So I gave a question. I was giving a question as an example.
I see. So that is your example. That wasn't you repeating some question you didn't hear. So
that was an example.
Your belief is, why do I believe in God?
Yes, that would be clearly one of my fundamental beliefs is in God. So why do I believe in God? I can't see him. I can't prove him. I can't point at something and say, hey, that's God right there. Everybody look at it and I can measure it and prove it and photograph it and show it to everybody else to observe and measure as well. So, sure, I have subjective experiences and I believe that that's a God. I have to question that. Am I coming up with that? Or is this genuine?
Okay, fair enough. That sounds like you might have an understanding of what questioning is. So in that way, you question your God belief. You question why you hold it.
Sure, yeah. I think that's important that we understand why we believe things.
So for you, why is it that you believe in this LDS God? Let's back it up. Sorry, let's back that up just a little bit wider. Why do you believe in any God at all?
That's a good question. I think that existence itself is something that can be succinctly explained through mere coincidence. I think that an intelligent design better accounts for that than to say that it just happens to be so. Does that make sense?
Not quite. So you're saying that you believe that there is a God because you don't think things could have, according to you, coincidentally come together in the way they do, that there's some organization that implies God design.
In a sense, I'm not saying that it couldn't be that way.
I see.
I do not completely like disavow the possibility of atheism. I've been an atheist for most of my life, I think. Well, I don't know about most of it.
Fascinating. I don't know why you're bringing atheism to this, but
well, so like I'm sorry, and sure you can clarify if you want. Go ahead.
So your belief in a God is hinged on your idea that things are designed. Is that correct?
I think that's a better explanation.
A better explanation
than the alternative. Yeah, I think that theism accounts for the operations of the universe better, and my experiences better than atheism does. The alternative, I guess.
Theism accounts for the operations of the universe.
Sure, like I'm saying, the organizations of the universe.
So you can blanketly say God did it to any question about like how things operate or why they are this way. That's what you mean by it provides a better explanation than taking the time to do the science, understand the processes that might.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Explanations. Oh, I'm sorry. What is it that you're saying? It's better than.
Well, for example, have you heard the fine-tuning argument?
I'm not interested. So I asked you, what is it better than? Not fine-tuning argument.
Okay, I'm just.
You're trying to give philosophical
I'm just bringing that up
debates and not actually question your beliefs in real time. That's interesting. Kira Noctis.
No, I don't think you're understanding.
Hold on, I was still speaking. Hello, okay. Noctis. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm just feeding the kitty cats and making coffee. I don't know if I should blame Kira for that one though. Hi, Kira.
Thank or blame. Either one is fine.
Yeah. This is a fascinating crash out I'm having right here, according to somebody in comments. But I did want to toss the questions over and see if Kira or Noctis, if either of you had any questions for
I do.
Saint Elios here. Go for it.
Very much do. Saint Elios, you said you were atheist before and that you didn't say recently converted. When did you convert?
Well, I grew up in the church. I left for 5 years and I came back about 2 years ago.
Most of his life, he said.
Yeah, I do wonder what.
I would say even in the church, I've struggled with atheism and whether there is a God.
That's fair.
Let's put it that way.
No, yeah, that's fair. What prompted you to recommit to this belief system?
I believe that I have had certain experiences that I would describe as spiritual experiences that I think are best explained by the theology in the LDS Church. And I think that
on that?
Not too much, because a lot of spiritual experiences, let's say, I don't like to share those publicly because I think they tend to be mocked and not taken seriously.
That's fair. I'm not going to ask you for that level of vulnerability. I guess what I will ask then, do you still hold any doubts?
Yeah, of course.
What do those look like?
What do they look like?
Mm-hmm.
The experiences that I am attributing to God, am I making that up?
Great question. What conclusions have you drawn so far?
I don't think that me making it up can account for all the things that I have experienced, and I guess the experiences of others as well.
Sure.
I think that as it stands right now, I think that a God, a personal God who interacts with me, is a better, more satisfactory answer to me at the time being.
Does satisfactory mean comfortable?
No, not necessarily comfortable.
Okay.
I don't care about being comfortable necessarily. And in fact, I've said before, if the church were not true, in some ways I would prefer that, because it asks a lot of me too.
What makes it more satisfactory?
I think it's more parsimonious. Occam's razor. I think I have to explain a lot more complicated things in order to explain those things that I think are less likely.
Could we not then attribute that to comfort?
I mean, potentially.
I'm not trying to be combative when I say this, or even laziness. And I'm not assuming, but I'm wondering, right? Like, if we are buying into a belief system because it's harder to question than it is to buy in, could we attribute that to either comfort or laziness, or do you think there's something else at play?
Well, I think when it comes, a lot of times, and that's actually a struggle of humanity, is that you want to confirm your own biases.
Yes.
You want to confirm your own comfort. That's absolutely true. So that's something that we should all struggle against, so that we're not just accepting things because we like it. No, I don't think...
Or maybe we do, as long as we know what's going on, right? Like, as long as we can acknowledge that that's where that comes from. I don't find a problem in that, right? But I do think that we should seek the motivation of a thing. And so I do wonder what your motivation is.
What my motivation is, I genuinely think it's true, and I think it produces positive benefits in my life that actually genuinely affect my life in better ways than the alternative does.
So those positive things would not exist without your belief system?
It depends on what you mean.
Well, what do you mean? I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
I mean, it depends. I believe in a spirit. Mm-hmm. Do you believe in like a spirit, that a spirit exists?
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't.
In a sense.
No, what people on the panel believe.
Well, no, and that's what I mean. Like,
your questions.
Right. Like, so the reason I say that...
I'm just trying to establish a common ground.
No,
I'm just trying to establish for the sake of understanding. That's it.
I hear you. And the reason that and I'm not trying to push back here. I'm just saying, when we're exploring your belief, when we're exploring what your motivations are, and aggressive in saying whether or not I believe in spirit, it shouldn't matter. This is your belief. And that was one of my follow-up questions. Does the belief that others hold, because you said that you got validation in your beliefs and they were kind of confirmed by others. So that's actually, it leads into what I was going for. How much does that play into it? But before we get there, what do you believe? Like, without my input.
That's just a very broad question.
There's no wrong answers. It's not.
And I think that the theology that I engage with benefits my spirit. It benefits my soul in a way that is different and distinct from mere psychology or mere biology.
Where is the distinction? Because when you were atheist, you lived life as an atheist for 5 years. Did you not have moments of deep emotional evocation or deep awe or deep wonder? Like, where is the distinction between a human experience and a spiritual one?
I think that's something that is difficult to explain. It's like asking to describe the color yellow without using the word yellow. Or
did drive your belief system. And so I wonder what that was.
Can you be a little bit more specific? I didn't understand your question.
So, like, you were atheist for a while, and you had experiences that evoked strong emotions. So, when you were atheist, did you ascribe those experiences to a spiritual one? You know what I mean? Like, when we are living the experience of humanity, right? We have these experiences that seem strong or significant or special. And when you are a theist, we can ascribe those experiences to God. I wonder what the difference is in the life experiences that you had as an atheist versus the life experiences you had as a theist. What was it that drove you back to theism?
So what I was trying to say is I think that I was having experiences that I don't think could be explained through psychology or mere physiology in the same way.
Right.
We generally would experience things. I don't think it has anything to do with my health and like a pure physical health. Okay. So whatever I was experiencing, I didn't know what to attribute it to when I was more atheist. But I feel like the teachings that I have engaged with in theism, specifically within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, seems to account for those experiences better. And it seems to produce those results pretty consistently. So that seems to give credence to it.
What does that mean? Consistently, what do you mean when you say that?
That, let's say, my spiritual health is consistently benefited irrespective of my physical health when I am living according to the teachings within this religion.
What experiences do you put on that measuring board? Like, what type of things are we looking at here?
Super personal in ways.
Have you looked at these experiences and considered how they may, not are, right, but may be driven by an emotional response, a psychological response? And I'm not saying that in any diminishing way. I'm just wondering how far you've explored that, or how quickly you may have ascribed that to a spiritual thing, a divine thing.
It wasn't very quick. I don't know if 5 years is very quick.
In the grand scheme of things, I mean, that's not a very large
maybe
amount of time.
Yeah, maybe it could be decades. It could be a lot.
But again, I'm not trying
that.
to diminish your experience, right? Because every day can last decades in the right headspace, right?
Of course.
So,
of course.
I just wonder.
Listen, I think that I can continue to explore and question and try to understand these experiences. I am in a position where I choose theism because I think that it is more parsimonious. I think that it explains and accounts for these things better than the alternative. I'm not saying that the alternative cannot be.
Which alternative? That does this, or there isn't a God at all? Those are your
Is there an in-between theism and atheism that I'm unaware of?
Is there?
Either I think there is a God or there's not. I think that would be
either you think there is a God or there is not. Is that what you're saying? You said either you think there is a God or there is not a God.
Well, either there's a God or there's not. I don't think those can both be true simultaneously.
So, and you feel that you must accept that there is one or isn't one.
Yeah, I think if either something exists or it doesn't.
Why do you think that you must accept that there is one or isn't one? That you must make a determination of this dichotomy?
Well, are you saying that there could be agnosticism, that you could just say, I don't know?
Fascinating.
I'm trying to understand your question more. You don't have to say fascinating.
No, but actually, you made a really good point.
I'm curious what you're fascinated by with that. I'm asking you a question.
I think there's something special in the point that you just made.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not here to answer questions of someone who can't question their beliefs, but that's fine.
No, I think we're all right. What about agnosticism has earned your disdain?
I don't disdain it. I respect agnosticism. I think there's a lot of good reasons to doubt the existence of a God or don't know. There's lots of things we have to say I don't know about.
So then why do you make a hard line? Why is that parsimonious to make a hard line when you don't have any way of verifying this?
But do you feel like I'm making a hard line?
Yes.
You're uncomfortable with I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And you've repeatedly said that you believe there is this God because it's parsimonious with your fine-tuning argument. That's really why you believe.
It's not just fine-tuning.
Oh, sure, you've got other philosophical
I just gave that as an
you
example.
like to rely on, I'm sure. Parsimoniously.
Are you comfy?
Listen, I'm trying to engage in this conversation in good faith.
She was asking you a question, and you interrupted.
You just seem to make it demeaning comments.
How is that demeaning? What was demeaning about that?
Oh, I'm sure you think this is parsimoniously, and you use these philosophical arguments. I'm sure, yeah.
That's not quite the way I said it. If you'd actually listen to the meaning and the tone instead of looking for vitriol, you'd hear that sometimes my sarcasm has a point, and it might make you critically think if you actually engage.
So it was
but
sarcasm,
instead of arguing against me right now, instead of trying to get defensive and upset, you should listen to the question that Kira had and calm the fuck down.
I'm plenty calm.
Do you feel uncomfortable?
Speaking. What is the matter with you?
Dude.
She was speaking. How do you do that? How do you just start speaking in the middle of someone speaking? Is it because she's a woman? What the fuck's the matter with you?
Of course
Did
not.
you hear her speaking?
No, there
Did
was
you
a
hear her
pause, and I
speak?
tried.
You tried to start
No, there was a
addressing me in the middle of her question.
No, there was
Holy
a pause.
Shit. You're arguing and defending that behavior? Holy shit.
No, I'm not. I think that's very inappropriate for you to attribute those motives to me.
Wow. I'm not attributing motive.
Can you question your beliefs about me?
Are you seriously?
Can you question your beliefs about me right now?
Are you seriously doing this right now? All right, we're going to have to mute him while he calms the fuck down.
Okay.
This is so fucking hilarious. As soon as a woman started speaking.
What's a Roman?
I mean, these are wild accusations.
She did it twice. She did it twice. I told you she was speaking. She had a question, and you wait. And as soon as she began speaking again, you did it again. So you did it twice. You completely ignored Kira's question.
Are we going to try
I'm sorry,
a
you
third
asked me
time?
a question. I tried to respond. Go ahead.
Time. Listen, I'm still interested, but I feel like maybe at this point the conversation may be unproductive. Yeah, no.
Why is that?
You're pure defense right now. You're not here to question your beliefs. And you're just defensively interrupting and arguing with everyone.
Well, it's just not true.
There does get to be a point. There does get to be a point.
I mean,
there does get to be a point. Oh, he's still talking over me.
So what I was explaining is I think it counts
for my experiences and the reality of the universe, at least according to my understanding, which may be imperfect, I think that it accounts for it better than anything else I've explored thus far. Classical theistic views, or Buddhism or Shintoism that I've looked at as well, I think this explains those things better.
So better than the theory of evolution, for example, in your experience?
I'm not opposed to the theory of evolution. I just have theists who think that evolution is not a thing. I'm pretty convinced of it.
Okay, that's fair. So how does that connect with there being a God then?
Well, I think he sets up the processes for those things to happen. I don't think he necessarily is always directly involved, but rather he sets up the systems for those processes to play out.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you think that? Why do you think he set that up? And why do you think it's a he or whatever this higher power is?
Okay. Well, that just has more to do, I guess, with specific theology. Again, I think there's reasons why in my personal life I accept Latter-day Saint theology over other things, and it describes God as a he. Experiences, maybe they're of myself, but I think that there's genuine spiritual experiences. I think that LDS theology accounts for those and explains them better, and I think it produces consistent results in that respect. And so things like evolution and creation, obviously I am not there to witness it. So I think I have my limited perspective, I have my limited knowledge, and I think that I would have to accept, well, because I believe that those things explain all these things that I experience as a God, and that it would be a, I guess, masculine he or whatever we're going to say, I would accept those as a consequence of that. Does that kind of make sense? I think that was a long-winded way of explaining that.
It was a little, but I think it makes sense to me. It's more of a personal what's happened to me experience for you, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think that God is something that you can prove observably. I think you can make arguments for it. Like I mentioned the fine-tuning argument before. I think that shows that there could be a creative design to the universe, but it's not definitive.
Can't see it, but we know it's there.
Yeah.
We know there's oxygen. We can't see it, but it's there. So
yeah, sure.
I wonder
because we can measure it.
Would we? Yeah, okay. Would there then, in this case, be a way that if a higher entity was there, we'd be able to measure it? There are many things we measure without being able to see them.
No, I don't think. I think a lot of theists may try to argue from a quantifiable, measurable point of view. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think there's reasons for.
What do you?
It's a subjective belief. It's just something that I'm convinced by. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Kira.
No, it's okay. What do you mean by divine hiddenness?
So we cannot observe God. Why is that? So the divine God is hidden in some way. That's what divine hiddenness is. So why is that the case? There's lots of answers. Sorry.
Is your answer
I'm sorry, the audio kind of cut out. Can you ask that again?
No, that's okay. What is your answer? Why?
So I'm not sure how familiar you are with LDS theology. At least from its perspective, it teaches that we are children of God and that this experience, mortality, is an experience that we are meant to go through to learn, to grow apart from God in a lot of ways. So I think he will involve people who genuinely seek him, but in general, he wants to let people, he's very hands-off because he wants to actually allow people to learn and experience. And if he were to interfere very super thoroughly, then I think that actually would compromise those intentions.
Let me ask you something. Are you
Okay.
a parent?
My parent?
Are you a parent?
No, I am
You
not.
have children. Okay. This is going to be a little bit removed from your experience, but if you were living in an existence where you were raising a human being to interact with the human world, is there any fucking reason that you can comprehend, that you can imagine, that you would deny them knowledge in order to move within the world that you brought them into? Is there any reason that you can understand that you would deny them anything in order to move through the world with less harm, with less stress, with less pain? Ignorance is pain. Like, in what way would you be like, I'm not going to tell you this. I'm not going to give you my wisdom that I've learned. I'm not going to share this with you because you've got something to learn. We all know that there is wisdom in experience and we cannot experience something for others. But when it comes to knowledge and education, we want to give them all of it. So this divine is. Why?
I'm trying to think about that.
Why is it secret?
I don't necessarily think it's secret, but I think that, I mean, for example, I don't think a baby can learn how to walk by being held in his mother's arms all the time. And the analogy, it would be on a cosmic scale when it comes to us as beings actually developing genuine knowledge of anything. I think we have to leave our mother's arms, we have to leave God's presence in order to experience the scope of reality so that we can actually grow. Mm-hmm. And I think that he has to allow that, otherwise it compromises that.
Why create that difficulty? Why create that, like, mid-step?
So from our perspective, I don't think he does. He doesn't, because we don't believe we're not classical theists. I do not believe that God creates from nothing and that he could have created it a different way, but chose to do it this specific way for some reason. I think that would make God accountable for all the evil that occurs. I think that is just a condition of the universe.
Are there things you can't explain?
Are there things I can't
Elios.
explain?
Yeah. Yeah, are there things you can't explain?
Of course, there's things well beyond my knowledge, whether because I haven't studied it thoroughly enough or because I'm not sure. Like, I can't verify that my brain's not a vat in a jar, right?
Do you believe that there is an explanation to everything? That everything has an explanation?
Maybe. I don't know if we can ascertain every explanation.
What would limit us from ascertaining every explanation?
What would limit us from ascertaining that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would be my ability to even know something. Like, do I have the tools to access knowledge? I mean, so for example, we didn't know what atoms were for a very long time. We had no access to be able to measure or observe them until we had the proper tools developed to be able to measure and even photograph them. And we've been able to do that over time. But before that time, they were not able to know that. They would have no certainty in that until it's actually verified.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so is time the only limitation? Like, eventually we'll know everything? Is that how you believe?
No, there's physical constraints on our bodies, on our brains, our ability or capacity to understand things. There's all sorts of physical limitations to that as well.
Mm-hmm. So I think what Kira is getting at is why? Why are there things that we can't explain? Why are there physical limitations on our body? Why isn't there understanding of things that would actually be very helpful to understand?
Because I don't think we could genuinely, comprehend it or know it unless we actually experience it.
And why is that?
I'm not sure.
That's actually, yeah, thank you.
I think experiential knowledge is invaluable. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
I'm really not trying to interrupt.
Alias, I know, I gotcha. And it's fine. I guess I'm wondering then if there are these limitations and there are these things that we can't understand, and you've determined that a God is the best explanation for those things that are maybe a bit, vague or behind a veil, let's say. Are you going to eventually understand them in your belief system?
Yeah, I guess according to Latter-day Saint belief, we believe in some form of theosis that we can become like God. And we think that the mortality is an essential part of that, where we actually get to experience. And it's temporary, but we make experiences that are genuine and irreplaceable. And that eventually, that we can become, or that we can join God, be glorified, and have full knowledge of those things. But that's just based on theology. That's not something I can verify or prove to you or anything like that.
Yeah. What does one need to do in order to earn that knowledge or gain that knowledge? I don't want to ask a leading question by saying earn. So what does one need to do to eventually get there?
Well, our belief is that that is attained through the gospel of Jesus Christ. That Jesus Christ is our Savior, that He overcame death and sin, and that by trusting in Him and covenanting to Jesus Christ, obeying Him, then He can provide the means whereby we can attain that.
Mm-hmm. What limited you from obtaining that knowledge after being baptized then, or after obtaining a faith in Jesus Christ? Why not here on earth?
I think I have to complete that experience. And if it's just like, oh, here's the moment, and then you obtain everything, then it just removes the purpose. That compromises the purpose.
What is the purpose?
To gain genuine experiential knowledge.
What does genuine experiential knowledge mean to you?
That I can go through life, that I can actually think through things, that I can experience through time, that I can have relationships actually play out, then I can actually test my beliefs through my life. That would be, I guess, some examples. I have to actually go through it. And if it's just like, okay, if you do this thing, then poof, magically you know everything, then that would compromise all of that. Again, these are a lot of my thoughts. This makes sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to you, that's totally fine. It's just
Oh,
that
no,
seems to
everything's made
explain
sense so far.
some
You're
sense of
good.
divine.
Yeah, no, you're good. Everything's made sense so far to you, so that's what matters, I guess, in that sense. So
Yeah.
everything's making sense to you because if I understand it right, and I just want to make sure I do, your belief system is rooted in the idea that you can't have all the knowledge because you have to experience things first, all the way up through mortality.
Yes.
So why are some things allowed to be known here on Earth in your mortal body? Why can we know about atoms, for example?
That's through experiential knowledge. We have empirical data that we've been able to grow. We've been able to grow tools. So that's also part of experience. There are lots of different people who have thought through the question. They've had discussions. They develop tools to try to prove their hypotheses because they have an idea of this is how things work. Let's test that. That's empiricism.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Is this a setup for not asking questions?
No.
Because what you're describing is that, well, we don't need to dig into that today because we're going to get the answer in eternity. We don't need to know now, we're going to know in the afterlife. And so I kind of wonder about this entire system. Framing this not knowing as an act of faith is very interesting to me. And so I do wonder how you feel about that. If not knowing is an act of faith, if not having all the answers is an act of faith, doesn't that kind of like, I don't know, there's something given to the act of not knowing or not questioning, right? There's benefit to. You give faith, and then you will have the answers later. Put that on pause, put that on layaway. And once you check out, then you're going to have all the knowledge. And congratulations. Tough for me. I wonder how you navigate that. Whether your questions are valid in this life or your questions are for the next life. Like, where's the line for you?
Well, I guess I don't see it that way. I think that all questions are totally valid. I think that we should be asking questions. I'm not saying that I think we need to put certain things on the back burner. I'm just trying to, and what I was trying to explain is I just think that there is a condition of reality of me being a limited physical being who is limited in time and space, limited in experience, limited in brain capacity, limited in IQ, whatever it's going to be, that there are limitations that I have to my ability to understand things. That doesn't mean that I should not seek to further my understanding.
But when do you decide that's where the limit is, right? Like, when do you decide that's a limit? That's for God. That's not on me. That's on God, right? Like, if I'm asking a question that I don't have the answers to, that's on God, and I'm going to find out later. That's not for me to know now. Like, where's that line? How do you determine that line?
Well, that's not the limitations that I'm talking about. I don't think these are arbitrary limitations. I'm saying I literally have a brain capacity limitation. So when it comes to like even observable empirical stuff like the special theory of relativity, or when it comes to quantum mechanics, there's certain things that I'm just limited on, and I'm not able to be an expert in every field everywhere. It's just I'm physically limited in that way. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, oh, I've come into this thing that I'm not able to understand, so I'm going to draw the line here, and I'm just not going to ask those questions.
Well,
I'm not saying that they're... I'm sorry, go ahead.
How do you determine when you've run up against the wall of your physical limitations, your physical capacity? I cannot possibly understand, so this must be God. Like, how do you determine that?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to appeal to like the God of the gaps kind of thing.
No,
or,
but like, how
because
do
I
you
cannot.
determine? Where's your threshold? Yours.
I'm not trying to put like a threshold or a limit in that. I'm not trying to say like, oh, these are the gaps I can't cross.
But you're saying it exists.
I'm not. Yeah.
So where is it?
Do you disagree with that?
I don't know. I'm trying to understand where your threshold is, because you're saying it exists. That you're saying there's something beyond your capacity. Why do you say that?
Because I don't have the tools to verify. Like, I don't have the tools to verify certain things about quantum mechanics. Scientists are trying to develop theories and things that they can develop, but they are limited in their ability to be able to prove certain theories because they either don't have the tools. Those tools haven't been developed, or they haven't come up with the right idea or the right hypothesis in order to delve into a certain route of questioning that'll lead them to an answer.
What if there is an answer that you can't personally comprehend?
Well, that could certainly be the case, of course. And I think that we should keep questioning. Well, it's certainly possible. Yeah.
Would that change your beliefs? Would that alter your beliefs?
Yeah, if I receive new information, I think we should always be searching for new information. But if I receive new information that makes another explanation more parsimonious and make more sense, and I think be a better explanation, of course, I would accept that.
So you don't.
I think we should be seeking those answers.
You personally don't feel like you stop asking questions because you may never get the answer.
No, I think we should continue to seek answers. When I run into a question I don't know if I can verify, I still ask the question and I still try to explore for answers. It's fine. I don't know if there is something that I'm no longer curious about. If I'm aware of something, then I try to ask questions about it. If I'm aware of gaps in my knowledge or something, I try to ask questions about it and I try to understand it better. I don't know if there's anything in particular I would identify as I'm not curious about this anymore.
I think that curiosity is only it's going to reach up against those same limits.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm not totally understanding your
question. Do you think that curiosity is enough to understand your belief system, the LDS faith?
No, I think curiosity is wanting. That would be like the want to have answers to questions or mystery or whatever it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's what curiosity would be. So I think that curiosity drives scientists to try to understand the physical world better. And so they try to develop hypotheses and tests to be able to verify those hypotheses.
So if any of you have questions, like James 1:5, like asking isn't enough though, right? You're saying that it's going to sometimes be up against a limitation. Even asking something may not give us answers. Is that correct?
Well, sure. I think I've asked lots of questions that I don't necessarily know the answer to. That doesn't mean I stop seeking answers.
What role does the Spirit play in answering some of these questions that are otherwise unknowable?
What role does the Spirit play? Mm-hmm. I think that it can testify to my spirit of certain things. I think that it can give me genuine spiritual experiences that testify that there is a God. And that is a unique experience from my physical experiences.
So our physical bodies aren't the limit anymore. because the spirit makes up for that. Is that right? Like there's a mechanism given to us by the God you believe in order to understand unknowable things.
I wouldn't say those are unknowable things. Again, I'm still trying to understand them. I just think it gives you access to experience, spiritual experience. And I think that the spiritual experience is distinct from physical, biological experience.
Are those things knowable by any other means? Can you know spiritual things without that mechanism?
If spiritual things are distinct from physical things, then it would have to be by spiritual means to understand spiritual things. I would not be able to use spiritual things to try to understand physical things, and I cannot use vice versa. Physical things to understand spiritual things.
Even mean?
Yeah, what does spiritual mean to you?
Right.
When you're making the distinction. Yeah. You're making a distinction between spiritual and physical, so we're wondering what spiritual means.
Yeah, I tried to explain this a little bit earlier. I believe that there is a spirit that's distinct from my psychology, that's distinct from my physical body. I don't know the best way to explain that.
What does it mean it's distinct from? Like, you're saying it has no influence on, it has no connection to, no. What do you mean distinct from?
No, I think it certainly influences. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to discern if I have a spirit or not.
By what means is it influencing, and can you detect that?
I think my consciousness is able to detect it. I don't think that pure biology accounts for consciousness very well.
Your consciousness is able to detect what is it detecting?
A certain type of experience that I would describe as spiritual. That kind of comes back to what I was saying earlier about I don't know how to describe yellow without referencing yellow, or I don't know how to describe salt without referencing salt. It's something that's irreducible. I don't know how else to explain it. I think there are certain specific experiences that I would attribute to spiritual rather than physiological.
Yeah. What is a spiritual experience? Can you describe one?
It would be spiritual, like the same way that, again, I'm giving the example of salt because I don't know how to explain salt without referencing salt. It is something that's irreducible. It is something that's self-referential. I don't know how else to explain it other than that.
So you don't know, or you just can't explain? I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Maybe my words are insufficient. Maybe I don't know the best way to explain it, but I can't.
Okay, so it's not that you don't know it. You're saying that you just know it, but you can't express it.
Sure.
Are there examples you could give that would help you to express it? Ones that you're willing to share. They don't have to be, they can be generic.
Not particularly at the moment. Like, I guess I've been able to pray. I've been able to have, I don't want to get too personal with it because, again, I don't like to publicize that.
You don't have to overshare. We're not asking for details that, might cause some emotional pain. What we are looking for is some understanding of what it is that you're describing when you say a spiritual experience or spiritual at all.
I don't know how else to explain it other than how I've explained it. I think that spiritual experience is
and it just is because it is what it is.
No, I think that would be kind of reductive.
Isn't that not what, like the meaning of what you were saying was?
Genuinely, I don't think Thrayle was being reductive there. I think Thrayle was trying to reflect back what you had just said. Yeah.
I mean, is that how you would explain
there was a reduction that happened, but you were saying that this just is a thing that you can't describe because it's the thing that it is, and it's, it's, what was the word you kept using? Did you say brute? It's just a thing. Spiritual just is spiritual because spirituals. So we're not really getting an understanding of what it is.
May I?
Yeah. So like when it comes to salt, you can describe its physical characteristics and what sort of composition it has, but it doesn't describe the taste of salt or the experience of salt. And so I don't know how to explain salt other than saying it's salty.
I could
And
say,
I think it's salted.
maybe like the ocean. I would give an example because we asked for like a general example. I would say it's that taste you get from being in the ocean. And that would be like an explanation of salt. Does that make sense?
Sure, you could give examples.
Okay, so is there examples? Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Does that make sense?
Agree. I'm not sure if you've ever prayed before and ever had a sort of spiritual experience.
I don't need to agree. I genuinely don't need to agree. Oh, sorry, and I'm not trying to interrupt. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, obviously, when it comes to like the ocean or sweat, as Mika is putting down there, those are some things, those are experiences that we can easily relate to one another because we can measure the ocean physically. But I don't know how to measure the taste of salt. And I don't know how to, I don't know if you've had experiences with prayer that would match mine because I'm not in your mind. I'm not in your experience. I don't experience the same things that you do. So it's just difficult just due to the nature of spiritual experiences to actually explain that in the same way that you could with the ocean and the taste of the ocean.
Are spiritual experiences universal experiences? Does everybody have access to them?
I think everyone has access to them.
Okay.
One's ability to recognize it may be difficult.
How would I know I felt a spiritual experience?
All I could do is kind of explain what I've experienced and see if it matches yours.
Mm-hmm. That's all you could
That's
do,
what
right?
I could do.
Mm-hmm. So,
Of course, because
cool.
like the taste of salt is, again, it's something that is subjective.
I think Shade has some questions. I wouldn't mind if you offered that, though. I mean, if you were saying all I can do is provide mine, and then that could help. Does that mean,
Yeah, a lot of again, that kind of goes back to personal experiences that I don't wish to publicize, especially with a lot of people that I don't know you well enough. I've had more conversations with you, but the rest of the panel, the rest of the people in the comments, 112 people watching right now, that's not something I care to publicize to them.
Fair. Shade, I think, has some questions.
Okay. I would probably only have a few more minutes.
Sure thing.
Sorry, Shadow. I was not reading that all the way.
He is a bit of a shady one.
Yeah.
Good evening, Shadow.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for having me. So, the thing is, I know what salt tastes like. And when it comes to, like, matters of faith, I really try to bring a little bit of reason. Like, what is reasonable faith? For instance, I think it's reasonable to have faith in, that my car will start in the morning. If I have this car, but you can't see it and you can't experience it. And I'm kind of wondering, well, does it even exist at that point?
Right. Well, I'm saying that with its spiritual stuff, your spiritual experience, by definition, you can experience spiritual experience.
I'm sorry,
So
I
you can.
can
It's just,
experience
it's different. Yes, of course. I'm saying that you can experience spiritual experience. It's something that you experience. Of course.
Clearly, every
okay.
experience is an experience you can experience if experience is something you can experience.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course. Exactly.
Because
part of the
if you can
definition.
taste salt, then salt tastes like salt when you taste it, because, salt is just salty.
Circles are just circular, and circles are circularly circular, right?
I can always just stop at sandwich if I really want to. I can just make
We could go on to sandwich, but we don't need
sandwich
to.
and a sandwich. It just really seems to be that if you declare something to be absolute, then it's absolute, and you don't have to question it anymore because, you just don't have to because you don't want to, because questioning doesn't, actually help anymore because you can't think harder than this.
Didn't I directly contradict that earlier when I said that we should be questioning things and that we shouldn't just be stopping?
Sure, but then why are you stopping at spiritual? What does it even mean?
Yeah.
Does it not have a definition? Is its definition itself?
Yeah, you're free to say I don't know,
so,
but I did kind of pose a question. Like, I gave the example of the car. I'm not seeing it. Like, how would I experience it? You're saying it exists.
Okay. So you said that you can't experience it, and I was saying, well, no, because I was describing it as a spiritual experience. So yes, experience is experience. I'm not saying that's irreducible, that you can't explain experience or anything like that. That's clearly not what I'm saying, or that circles are circles because circles are circles. No, you said that, well, if you can't experience the spiritual stuff, then how do you know it's real? But this whole time I've consistently been describing it as experience, so that question didn't really make any sense.
Oh no! I believe that you believe that your faith is real. You're telling us that your experience is real, and I'm just curious how you verified that. Because, like, for instance, I brought up the example of the car. Like, I know that my car is reliable. I know it exists. Other people have verified that it exists. And you're basically saying, well, there's this invisible car, and I don't know how to experience it.
Okay, so the way I was trying to explain earlier is I think that I can engage with spiritual experiences through prayer. I think that when I live out my life according to teachings of Jesus Christ, for example, because I believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ, I believe that Jesus Christ is my Savior. If I follow those teachings, then I can have those experiences. Those are ways that I would have those experiences. And I'm not saying that you have to agree with me, but you can test it out for yourself and see if you do not.
Okay, so let's say I try to test it out and I'm unconvinced.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, is there any consequence to that? In your world?
Then the consequence, I guess, is that you're unconvinced and that you didn't think that this was a sufficient explanation when it comes to belief.
Oh, okay. Is there like do you believe in privation theory? Is dark, the absence of God is evil, that sort of thing?
Oh, privation? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Augustine talks about evil being the privation of good. Sure.
Okay. So then, if I haven't experienced, I guess, or spirit, as you describe it, and this sort of God, I guess I would be on the outside.
Yeah, you wouldn't agree with me if that's what you mean. I'm not sure what the question is exactly.
No, exactly. Well, okay, so who sets the limits to the universe? Like the rules. Like, I can't jump to the moon right now because it was set up that way, correct?
I don't know the exact extent. Again, I believe in a God who designed the universe, but I don't know exactly to what extent. Did he design all of the physical laws themselves? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Or did they do they just exist as a brute fact? I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. What I mean is, if I am unconvinced, who is setting the limits on my mind to prevent me from being convinced, according to your worldview?
Who's setting the limits on your mind to being unconvinced?
Mm-hmm.
Who or what? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how to answer that question. I think it presumes that either God is putting a limitation on you that is inhibiting your ability to understand things, and I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Maybe you just haven't had sufficient experience, or maybe there's I believe that there's genuine spiritual experiences, and maybe you're misunderstanding, and you are attributing it to something that other than spirit. And by the way, I'm equally prone to that too. I could be attributing this to spiritual experience, and it's just all myself. I'm just saying why I reach mine. I'm not trying to speak for you.
You're fine. I have just one more question. Is God all good and can only do good things?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So, if God can only do good things, including, things that we might seem as bad, how would you know he was good?
If God could only do good things and we observe bad things, then I'm trying to understand your question specifically. Like, why does evil exist in the world if God is all good?
No. I'm saying, in the same way that privation theory is part of, I guess, I'm assuming, your theology, right? That the only reason we know that evil exists is because we have something to compare it to, as in good. If God is all good and we have nothing else to compare it to, how do you know it's good?
I don't. What do you mean that we don't have anything to compare it to?
Right. If God can only do good things, how do you know he's good?
So I'm not a classical theist. I said this earlier. I don't believe that God created from nothing and that he is just good because God is good. I'm not like a Thomist who believes that God's essence is goodness itself. I think that good is just a metric that we use to attribute positive outcomes, outcomes that we view as positive or beneficial in some way. And I think that that's just an observable tool or a conceptual tool. Goodness is a conceptual tool that we use to try to measure outcomes. I believe that God is all good because he consistently produces good outcomes, positive, favorable outcomes.
If God did something bad, like didn't recycle or, whatever, I'm saying, would it be good that he did something bad? Since he can only do good.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the Euthyphro dilemma, I guess. Like, is everything he does good is because he says it's good? Or does he just do good things based on some sort of external metric? I would say the latter. I think goodness exists, and we don't just justify everything that he does because he can do it because he's God, and God is good. So even if he does terrible things, something that we would probably deem as terrible, that therefore it's good because it's God. I don't hold that position. I know there's like certain parts of Christianity that would assert such a thing. I don't.
So he does bad things sometimes?
With doing good things. I don't think that he does bad things, but I'm also not saying that whatever he does is good just because he is good. Are you understanding the distinction I'm trying to make?
So he only does good things, right?
I think he does.
So then, if he does something bad, is it good?
No. If he does something bad, it's bad.
So then he's not
I just
all
don't
good.
think he does. If he does do that, then he wouldn't be all good.
Okay.
If you take like a Calvinist or like a Baptist perspective, like John Calvin, if you're going to Reformed theology, then they're going to say he is the standard of goodness, and it doesn't matter what he does. He can declare the unaliving of certain innocent people. I even watched a debate recently where he said that the grape of little children could be for the glory of God, and he can say so because he's God. And I would vehemently disagree with that.
In what way was that a response to what Shadow was asking?
Because I'm trying to address the idea, is everything that God does good because he does it? Or is he just doing things that are good based on an external standard? That's how I'm understanding the framing of the question. That seems to be kind of the framework of the question.
Does God have a
I'm
choice?
trying to address it.
Are you saying that God has a choice to do good or bad? Am I summarizing that well?
I think he does, and I think he chooses good.
Okay.
So even in the parts of the Bible, when he does bad things, you're saying it was good?
No, I do not believe in the infallibility of Scripture. I think that like when he destroys the Amalekites and all the children in there, I'm like, to me, I'm like, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Some people believe in a divine command theory that when he does something like that, it's justifiable because he's God. I wouldn't say that.
The Bible's unreliable?
It depends on the aspect. I think it's useful for theology. I don't think that it's 100% correct. That doesn't mean it's completely unreliable. I think there's demonstrable contradictions within it.
Okay, do you think the flood happened?
Probably not a worldwide flood. There's some debate on that too. That could have been taken from either Mesopotamian myth or something like that. I think there's a lot of allegory throughout Genesis.
Do you think God wrote the Ten Commandments?
Did he write the like with his own finger? Did he write it? No, I would say the Bible is inspired. I don't know if he reached his finger down and spelled it out himself.
Oh, okay. Do you think Jesus rose from the dead?
Yeah, I would accept that.
Okay.
Why?
Well, largely because of my experiences, my spiritual experiences.
Your spiritual experiences inform you that Jesus rose from the dead?
Yes.
How?
I think that I've had spiritual experiences that I can attribute to that message.
But what? Yeah, I
How
find
do you
it
attribute
really
it to that? Sorry, Shadow.
Yeah, I find it.
I'd like to. Sorry, Shadow. Sorry, I would like to ask a question. How is it that you're able to attribute your spiritual experiences to Jesus rising from the dead?
So again, the spiritual experiences that I have, I think, are best explained by Latter-day Saint theology, and so I believe its claims. I can't directly verify that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, but I think he did, based on some of those experiences.
Wait,
and I also tend to believe,
sorry,
the witness of Paul, for example.
Sorry, can you tell me how it is that your experiences inform you that Jesus rose from the dead? I'm trying to understand what relation it is you have. Like, is there some? Did you have a vision, of some sort of spiritual time traveling event? What is it that has informed you that? Thank you so much.
So I have had spiritual experiences through things like prayer. And I have had spiritual experiences by engaging with what I would say is scripture. I'm convinced it is scripture.
What is a spiritual experience through prayer? Like, what does that consist of?
I feel like we're going back to a question that I tried to answer earlier. And
this is back into the taste of salt.
So, sorry, but...
It's fine. It's fine. It's like 3 o'clock at night.
Elios doesn't want to answer the question of spirituality because it might get too personal. I hope I'm not saying, is that wrong? I'm sorry if it is. I just want to make sure that I'm expressing to Kat why we aren't going down that road.
Yeah, I don't want to get too specific with my own personal experiences.
Go ahead, Kat.
You can't describe to us what a spiritual, what kind of things might happen during a spiritual experience?
I don't know the best way to. I don't know the best way to explain that. And the way I tried to explain it earlier is that, likewise, I am not able to explain the taste of salt without referencing the taste of salt.
Right. But we're not asking the taste of salt. We're asking what is a spiritual experience. Like, if you ask me, what is a sports experience? I would say, it could be throwing a pointy thing at a big circle full of round things and trying to hit the little round thing in the middle with the pointy thing. And that might be darts, right? That's a sport. Or I might say, what is another, I don't even.
When you said sports.
I like well, I don't do sports ball.
No shade today, Kate or Kat.
I love darts. It's not the first thing I would have said.
Darts are fun.
That was on target.
Ooh.
That was a pun.
Nice, Renee. Appreciate it.
But like, for example, with the taste of salt, we can say that we know that is like the level of sodium. Like we know what that experience is. Like, we can say that it is saltiness, like the way that like something is bright because there's a large amount of like photons coming in. So even though like people may have a different level of like stimulation from different levels of salts, like we can explain this experience in a way and like measure what is going on. Is there any like parallel that you can give to like your spiritual experience, even if you don't go into like the specifics of yours?
Well, so to kind of address that, like you can explain why saltiness or increased intensity of saltiness is correlated with the levels of sodium in something. That's fine. You can have explanations for that sort of stuff, but it doesn't actually explain the
So if
tasty savoriness,
tangy savoriness,
tangy savoriness.
Tangy.
When I think tangy, I'm thinking like an orange or something like that.
Sure. You can think of an orange.
There's
Is that salty?
Sweetness, right?
Right. So that, yeah.
Tangy savoriness might be salt then.
So you can argue
Like,
about
there's
it.
also-
I subjectively described the experience of a subjective experience of tasting salt. It might be a tangy savoriness. Maybe there's too much salt in it. You might have sort of a metallic tanginess or tinniness even. Right. I can start to add other adjectives to it. I can describe an experience. Why can't you describe what any kind of like generic spiritual experience? Like, is there
Like, what are the characteristics of like what characteristics would need to be present, like all or some or a few, whatever, for a spiritual experience to be taking place?
Well, so the things that you're like explaining peripheries of it. You're explaining things that go around it. You're not actually explaining the thing itself, because the thing itself is subjective.
Can you give us
I
some
don't think it's
peripheries on a spiritual experience, like I was asking? Or are you just going to address me instead of the woman who spoke the third time on this panel?
I was trying to address both of you.
So, can you give us some peripheries?
Okay. So a common thing that you may hear within the church is a burning in the bosom. I think that there are different fruits of the Spirit, such as love, charity, long suffering, patience.
So
those are things that you can.
You feel love, and you are able to probably utilize or maybe even feel patience. You burn in your bosom. Is that heartburn, or are you talking about like an actual kind of like a?
Is it a physical sensation or is it an emotional sensation?
Again, it's difficult to describe without. Again, we're describing.
Hey, you know what I'm hearing?
Things.
You know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing, I don't know. I don't know what a spiritual experience is. That's what I'm hearing. And a refusal to say that.
No, I'm sorry if that's what you heard. It's not what I'm explaining.
Well,
that's like me telling you, like, okay, you can't explain salt without referencing salt. You can only explain peripheral.
You're stuck in a loop. Saying,
yes, because I'm trying to explain something, and
you're trying to explain that the idea
times.
of even the word spiritual or spiritual experience are things that you can't describe, define in any way, except to, as soon as we begin asking questions about those peripheries, go back to this argument about salt. But this is an argument. You're just trying to argue that the stance is that you can't define spiritual, and spiritual is something that just is I don't know really what it is that you're getting at, because you can't, like, it's like as soon as we asked about what spiritual means or what a spiritual experience is, you've put a wall up and you're afraid to question any farther. You're afraid to say anything else other than this salt reference. Is there a fear here to explore into what spiritual experiences.
No, of course not. That's not what's happening.
What is it?
Okay, again, I've tried to explain it in a few different ways. I think salt is a pretty good analogy for it. I've also explained, like, yellow, the experience of colors. These are subjective experiences, and when it comes to wavelengths of light, are you experiencing it in the exact same way that I am? I have no idea, and there's no way for me to verify that. So all I'm trying to say is there's something irreducible about it that I'm not able to explain because you are not in my mind and I'm not in yours.
Something irreducible. Okay, go ahead, Kat. Sorry.
Okay, so let's stop trying to figure out what this thing is, and if you can't describe what a thing is or a thing at all, how are you going to base a strongly held belief off of that thing?
Or help others to understand that thing so that they can obtain the same faith.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to explain it. It's just that I'm not able to transfer my experiences to you. So what I can explain is things like.
Sorry, no. I just don't want you to say salt again. Is it an alios problem, or is it a church-wide thing that we wouldn't know how to describe spiritual experiences? Could the prophet Dallin H. Oakes, for example, be able to describe spiritual experience to us if he were on this panel?
No, I think it's the nature of subjective experience problem.
It's the nature of spirituality itself that you can't describe it, you're saying?
No, the nature of subjective experience.
Do you think that I've had people up here before who said I had a spiritual experience, and I said, what does that mean? And that we end up at salt every time.
I don't know how other people would try to explain it.
Do you think that it's possible to even attempt to explain, describe, or understand what is meant when someone says spiritual experience?
Well, I've tried to explain that in multiple ways. And I haven't just used the salt analogy.
Right.
I've also tried to say that there are
bosoms and patience.
Yeah, and it's not heartburn. That would be very reductive. So again, I can explain peripheral things, but I can't explain the thing itself because it's subjective.
Aren't all the experiences we've discussed
explanations
subjective? Aren't all this entire conversation, has it not been based upon your own subjective understandings of any of the things that you've said? Is it all subjective?
Is there anything that's objective?
Of course, there's lots of things that are objective.
Like what?
You understand,
when it comes to...
You understand, Saint, that we are here to question your beliefs, to see if you can question your beliefs. And while you have at one point said that you think questioning is great and all, and you should keep questioning, but you seem to put walls up on certain things and not want to question your belief. Why is that?
I don't know why you think that's the case.
Fascinating.
Because I've hit a wall when trying to ask you about this thing.
We have all hit that wall, and others, but this one, most recent, most, tallest, most insurmountable.
Most stonewalliest.
I'm sorry.
Is this something that would offer? Would it be something that you could offer an explanation to with more study and understanding on your part? Have you not looked into it enough to be able to describe it? Is that possible?
I don't think that's the issue, and I think we're...
Issue. Is it possible that there is understanding to be gained in this mortal life on how to describe spiritual experience? that you have not yet obtained.
No, because I think we're not understanding what I'm trying to identify here.
Interesting. Okay. I think
Unless you are under the
Stop. You heard the no when the woman said no, didn't you?
I think there's a delay in audio.
Wow.
It's okay. I'm gonna thank you, Thrayle. I actually did.
Thank you, Renee.
Yeah.
I appreciate you so much.
Uh-huh.
I love
Have
you,
a good
Renee.
one.
It's so good to
It's
see
good
you.
to see you.
I love that woman. Anyway, you keep saying that we're not understanding what you're trying to explain, but you haven't actually tried to explain the thing we're trying to understand.
I'm sorry if you think that. I'm trying to explain it. I've tried to explain it multiple times, and every time I try to explain it, it's not understood
You've tried
for some
to
reason.
explain that it is unexplainable.
I can't talk.
But you have tried to explain that it is unexplainable. You haven't tried to explain the thing.
Okay, let me again. I don't know how else to say it, and I don't want to keep going in circles. I am not able to put my brain and my thoughts into the way that I experience things. That is impossible. Are you under the impression that I am able to transfer my...
Shut your condescending face hole and get off my panel. Never mind that.
It's not condescending.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? That was absolutely terrible.
It's okay.
So much for the poll, which was at 100%, by the way, already. Wow. Do you think I can put my brain into your brain so you can have my subjective experience?
No. It's okay. I mean, it was gross, but it's okay.
Holy fucking shit, and he continues the condescension in the comments. Terrifying, the knee-jerk reaction you have to finally finding anything close to a question. So if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request stuff. That is what we're doing. We're seeing if you really can question it. And if you can, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? And we'll definitely have more questions for you. Do be respectful. No one's here to burgle your gods or prove you wrong. No one's here to make you look like a fool. But you might do that on your own.
Hello, Shadow. Hello, Blake. Hello, Thrayle.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, everybody.
How are you guys?
Doing all right.
Also, shout out to Renee just for being...
Very, very good questions.
Renee's great.
We have Obsidian joining us. Obsidian, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Obsidian, did you mean to join us? Obsidian going once. Going twice. Going down. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request stuff.
Brad is down there asking if we're sure that Board's not a Fed, and that's terrifying.
Board's not a Fed.
Wow, Braj and Board's relationship is taking a turn.
Taking a downward nosedive, like shit.
My suspicions abound. How do you go on together with suspicious minds?
I hope Board's not a Fed. That'd be terrible. Also, if anybody sees Rav, it's his birthday.
Oh, hell yeah. All day? Or was this the end of it?
His birthday is the 9th, so it's the beginning of it.
Gotcha.
It's the beginning of his, I'm 7th, he's the 9th. Easy to remember for me.
There you go. Which board do we want? We need a new board.
Rav.
Maybe this is
Rav's
the theme
birthday.
of the night. This is the board for the night.
The number of Spring Babe questioners is making me believe in astrology a little bit, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Thrayle.
Shadow, you said Thrayle.
Yeah, just wanted to say thank you for having me on the panel. I am going to try to get some sleep. And also just Kat and Blake. But I do have a pretty lengthy story.
Okay.
It's about a...
We'll never know what it was
Oh
about.
gosh, that was fast.
Appreciate you, Shadow.
What God do you guys serve?
Chris, we're not
Do you
here to
believe in
listen.
God?
Stop, Chris. You gotta control yourself, okay? I need your age for TikTok TOS.
31 this time.
Say that again.
31 this time.
31 this time. What do you mean by this time?
Don't worry about it, man.
Chris, do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Absolutely.
And which god do you believe in? You just said 3 of them, though. What do you mean that's the only one?
They're all the same.
They're all the same. They're Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Those are 3.
They're all the same essence.
Why'd Jesus do all those terrible things in the Old Testament?
Because you don't understand, they were sacrificing children, and some of them were part giant.
Well, no, I mean, not that part. The part where they, drowned the whole world, and then,
well, if you read about the days of Noah, it talks about the Nephilim that came down. Well, the sons of God saw that the daughters were fair, of men were fair. They came down and chose wives, and they bore giants. And then when men could no longer sustain the giants, they turned against man and began to devour them and sin against all the beasts and the fish and all the things of the earth. So basically, then they taught men warfare and women sorcery and, wearing jewels and also makeup, wickedness in men's hearts. So basically, the whole world was a bloodbath, and everything was,
So
everything
Jesus is bad at making stuff, it sounds like. Why is Jesus so bad at making stuff?
No, he gives things free will, and you have a free choice, basically, to either follow God or not. And there was a group of angels that got together and
stop you for
chose
just a
lives.
moment, Chris. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting, but I gotta ask you a kind of important question, just real quick. Ready?
Yeah.
Why did you request up?
to let you guys know that God loves you, and that hopefully.
Then you're not actually. So then you're not actually here to participate in good faith on this panel.
I have no idea what this panel is. I just hope that you
That's
guys know.
fascinating. So I'm not going to let you preach at us again. So what we're actually doing here is seeing if people can question their beliefs and exercise critical thinking. If you're actually capable of doing that, then I might allow you to stay. But so far, that isn't the reason you came up, and it's not what you're demonstrating. So if you're capable of participating in good faith as described in 1 Peter 3:15, then
absolutely
we can proceed. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Hello, Rav.
Hello.
Happy
Okay,
birthday.
I manifested you. Just FYI.
I felt the pull.
Birthday.
Oh.
Yep. Happy birthday.
Thank you. It's unfortunate, Chris, that I wish that you would. Oh, thank you. That's very kind, Chris. You know, you have such an opportunity to really discuss your beliefs in a way that's like safe and, introspective.
Sure.
And like you have a group of people who are genuinely interested.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to hear your guys' take on everything.
It's not about take. It's about asking you to sort of look in the mirror of your own faith and say, "Oh, these are interesting." Like we're holding up mirrors so that you can see angles of your faith that are different. And is that something that you're interested in doing? Because
sure, yeah.
I guess I'd be curious, like what it is that you're questioning at this moment.
I'm just wondering, what is your guys' beliefs? Do you feel like God is evil? Do you feel like he made mistakes? Or do you feel
Wait there, Chris. I don't think you understood quite what Rabbit's question was asking. Not about our beliefs, but
man is given free choice. Otherwise, God would be evil because he would make you like a robot, right? You wouldn't have any type of choice or opinion or anything, right? You wouldn't have.
Is that what you're questioning about your belief?
My question is, well, no, I believe everything.
Can you question your beliefs?
Can I question my beliefs? That's kind of what faith is. You just have to have faith in even some of the questions. Sometimes things don't make sense, and that's ultimately up to the person.
So you're not really answering my question. Can you question your beliefs?
No.
Why not?
Because I believe wholeheartedly. I know that it's the truth, and I know
What does that mean to believe wholeheartedly?
To believe wholeheartedly is to, without a shadow of a doubt, know the truth, even though sometimes you can't see it.
Sorry, what is it that you believe wholeheartedly?
In the Most High, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
And so you're saying that you believe that God is this thing that is spiritual, physical, and maybe sort of allegorical. Is that what you're saying? I guess my question for you is like, see, I'll just say it out loud. Like, I'm a Jewish person, and for me, Christianity is something that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense when I look at the Hebrew Bible and when I read the Hebrew Bible. And then I look at the Christian Bible, I'm thinking to myself, has any Christian actually read the Hebrew Bible? And how would they have, if they had, how would they see any connection between the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible?
Well, so with the Torah, right, you have a lot of the Old Testament in the Bible, okay? So that's one thing. You have that there, right? So those two things align.
Well, so let's just say Old Testament. even though the order is a little bit different, and there's some important differences. But let's just for the purposes of this conversation, let's just say what you call the Old Testament. I don't see any connection between the Old Testament and the New Testament or the Christian Bible. And I don't see how they're connected.
Well, they're connected because they have the same. It may be told in a little bit different of a way, right? But it's the same books that were placed into the Bible.
Okay, so let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Sure. Okay, so the Hebrew Bible says that the lineage of tribal, like the tribal lineage, goes through the father. But the Christian Bible says tribal lineage is not actually an important thing for the Messiah.
It actually does say it is an important thing. It
does?
Yeah, the Messiah has to come from the root of David.
That's what I thought, but then the Christian Bible seems to say that it doesn't matter what tribe.
That's not true. There's a specific genealogy that was...
Yeah, right. In Matthew 1, it says, at the end of Matthew 1, it says, who is married to Mary, who is the mother of Jesus. In other words, Jesus' father is who?
God.
So not of the line of David.
But if you trace Mary's
okay,
bloodline,
but you're aware that you're aware that in the Hebrew Bible it says that the tribal lineage goes through the father's house, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Great. So Mary's lineage is irrelevant for his tribal lineage through David.
Incorrect, because if God made man in his image from Adam, right, it has to come from that same lineage.
Wait. Sorry. Tribal lineage referring to what tribe?
I understand the tribe of Judah, right?
Judah, right? Yep, Judah. Yep. Great. So tribal father, let's just say Judah to David. I'll even give you the entire lineage all the way up to Joseph.
Do you want to know mystery about the Bible? And I believe it's in the Apocrypha, I believe. It was taken out of the original, like King James and stuff like that. But it talks about seed of a man and a seed of a woman. And the woman's seed will strike the heel of the man, and the man's will crush the...
Understanding what the connection between tribal lineage and Jesus's father being God and not Joseph.
So you would think that, based off of that the Messiah has to come from, it says, right, if in order to be a Jew or whatever, it has to be the father, right? That's what you're basing it off of. Like, in order for the Messiah to come, he has to have like a Jewish father, right?
Well, he has to have, in order for him to be the Messiah, he has to be of the line of David, which is through the father, and he would need to be of Israel, which is through the mother. We have a whole other issue that we haven't approached yet, but I'm still with you on here, and that seems to me that you.
So what I'm trying to explain to you is
hang on, stop, Chris.
Yeah.
Stop explaining. This is kind of not what it's supposed to be. Rav, are there questions here, or is this a debate about?
Well, I guess I don't understand how he sees. I guess I'm curious about how he understands the connection between Jesus being of the line of David if Jesus' father is God. That to me doesn't make sense, and I'm just curious about how he's connecting those two things. That's what my question is.
Yeah. It's something that hasn't been really revealed to people yet, to humanity in a whole. It is a mystery, and I don't want to say too much without explaining it to you, because it's not time for people to understand that. But you have to think that when the Son of Man was crucified, and he came from the Father. Mary was the mother, right, of that, and then he came from the Father and was born in spirit. Now, it's said that when Christ hung on a tree, he took on the sin of all humanity, right? And so what happens when someone is
Sorry, just curious what question you're answering.
what was the original curse that happened to Adam?
I guess I'm just curious about what question you're answering.
I'm letting you know something. I'm just telling you in a different way. Basically, what happened when Christ hung on a tree? It says anyone who hangs on a tree is cursed, right?
I don't know about that.
It does. Anyways, so anybody who's cursed in order.
Will you stop trying to preach past the question? Do you remember the question that Rav asked?
I'm trying to explain it to him.
Stop. Do you remember the question that he asked?
I do remember the question.
Tell me what the question was.
How is it that the Messiah could come if he was, born of the Father, which is God, and doesn't have a father from David's line, right? So, anyways, what I'm trying to get at is two different things, but that'll be revealed later.
So
I won't
was
even go into that.
Was that precisely the question? It was, how is that the Messiah if he didn't come from David's line? Is that what it was?
He's saying that it has to come from the father and the mother in order to be.
Sorry,
son.
Who's saying that?
Whoever I'm talking to, Rav.
You're saying Rav is saying it has to come from the father and the mother.
Correct.
Is that what you said, Rav?
No, I asked if how Jesus is connected to the line of David if his father is God and not Joseph, and how is he connected with Israel if he is born out of wedlock? That was the other question, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to explain it in a way that's simple for you to understand, but I can just go straight into it. I'll just say that since Mary was of also the lineage of David, so he's immediately already part of the tribe of David and Judah, okay? Now, Adam, hold on. Adam was the original man.
Chris, stop.
Chris, I think it's an important thing. You already acknowledged that tribal lineage only goes through the father, so I'm not sure what.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm just trying to answer.
It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. It's what the Bible says. Do you think
must be the father?
Sure, no problem. Chapter 1, verse 2 of the book of Numbers.
Can you read it?
Sure.
I don't have it.
No problem. You got it there?
Chris?
Not in front of me. I mean, I'm sitting on my floor right now. I can pull it up, I guess.
You said Numbers 1, 2.
Yeah, yep. Give me one. I'm pulling up here. I got the Hebrew is key because it's avotam.
I grabbed the KJV. It was what I had at hand. But 1 verse 2 is, take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel, all their families by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls. Ooh, their polls. What?
But yes, the house of their fathers, that's the key there, that they're being counted by their tribal affiliation through the house of their fathers.
Right, and Mary had a father, right? So.
Yeah, but who is Jesus' father?
The Most High God.
Great, and so what tribe is God affiliated with?
All of them, because he's the God of the Israelites. For a reason.
Sorry, you're saying that Jesus gets to pick whatever.
I'm saying that based off of Mary's lineage is what determined what tribe Jesus was from, because he didn't have an earthly father.
Oh, And how would you? I don't. Yeah, I guess I'm confused about that fact because like that doesn't comport with what we're reading in Numbers.
Okay, well, regardless, right? It says that the house of
Wait,
the fathers, right? That
why
determines.
regardless?
It
Why do you
says
say?
because it says the house of the fathers. It doesn't say the house of the father specifically. It just says the house of the fathers determines the lineage of the person, right?
Well, what it
So,
says is avotam, which is your fathers, like you
yeah,
all
your
as.
fathers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. So
but like your
each
okay.
person's so for example, my great grandfather was a Levi, which means that my if my if my great grandfather had a son and that son was my grandfather, I would also be, and my grandfather gave birth to a son, and my father was also a Levi, then I would be a Levi. But my great grandfather had two daughters, which means that the Levi line cuts off there. I don't get to claim of the tribe of Levi. I get to claim whatever my father's tribe is, which we don't really know what it is. So
Right. So since there is no father in this aspect, you have to go because both. If you have a mother and a father, both sides have different genealogy.
Why do
right?
you have to go by the mother?
Because
Where
there
does
is no
it say
father.
that?
There is no earthly father.
Where does it say to
great.
go by the mother?
You have to because
Wait
it's
a
the
second.
only. It's the only genealogy that's there besides
Chris,
the Y.
what does Deuteronomy 23:3 say?
Let's see.
Am I doing okay, Thrayle?
I mean, you're still kind of debating, but we'll get to the question here.
It's my birthday.
I know.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Poor Thrayle has had to make so many concessions for birthdays this week.
I'm probably gonna. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if you notice, Raph, the banner at the top.
It's question the questioner still?
No, but way at the top, above me even. Do you see that? Some people don't see it.
Oh, not a debate. Yeah, you need to make that larger.
No, way above there. See,
Happy birthday. We love you.
I love you guys too.
Three, bro.
What'd you say, Chris?
You said Deuteronomy 23:3.
Yeah.
So I got it right here. Is this the 23:3? An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever.
Is that what it says?
It was 23:3.
That's not what the Hebrew says at all. Hold on a second. That's so funny.
This is talking about a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. It's 23:2. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Yeah, but he's not a bastard. He has a father. It's just not an earthly one.
Wait a second. Wait. By the way, what happens at the end of chapter 1 of the book of Matthew? Yeah. Where is Joseph headed when the angel Gabriel meets him on his way?
Gabriel headed to talk to Joseph, right?
Yeah, where's Joseph headed?
Oh, he was headed to potentially stone her or something, right?
He was headed to the court, yep. To do what?
To reveal her?
Yeah, to get a divorce from her. They were married, and she was about to have a child out of wedlock. Yes?
Right.
Great. And so he was born out of wedlock. That is not Joseph's child.
Okay, but you realize too, think about this and just consider it, that in those times there was such a thing as, and I don't know why this is a good thing to bring up, right? But there were concubines and that was legally allowed, and they were still considered legitimate children even if they weren't married.
But that's, first of all, fine, but that's not what's happening here.
Okay, but still,
not sure what the relevance is.
that covers the conceptual wedlock question.
What? What do you? I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand how that applies here.
Are you saying Mary was God's concubine?
No, I'm just saying that in those times, that even if you
Was
were
God
out of
Mary's
wedlock,
concubine? Hang on, was
No.
God Mary?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you were out of wedlock and you had a concubine, it was still a legitimate child. So wedlock
Who was
does
the
not matter.
concubine between God, Mary, and Joseph?
It wasn't a concubine thing. I'm just saying the wedlock doesn't matter because in the Old Testament it was still legitimate to have
You were
a child.
using a concubine thing, though.
Because it's just an example saying that wedlock doesn't matter in the Bible to have a legitimate child.
Wedlock
To
doesn't
make it a
matter
bastard
in the
child.
Bible.
No,
It's
if you have a concubine,
Chris Phoenix, wedlock in the Bible doesn't matter. Which verse is that?
hold on. There's a verse that talks about concubines having legitimate children. And
Well, so that sounds like an exception, not a rule, right? So this sounds like there is an exception for if you have a concubine, that child is legitimate. It doesn't really seem like a blanket, all illegitimate children are now legitimized because concubines are okay.
Right, but this is God we're talking about. So who is man to question God?
But wait a second. Well, wait a second. Who was Mary betrothed to? In other words, who was Mary married to?
Joseph.
Great. And so the moment that Mary has a child, regardless of who the child's father is, outside of that marriage.
Actually, she wasn't fully married to him because she was still a virgin. So she wasn't technically married because whenever you consummate, that's the true marriage. So they were engaged.
Unfortunately, you would be wrong. There are 3 ways that Jewish marriage is considered a marriage. One is betrothal, which is called kiddushin, which is the sanctification of a relationship. Then there's nisuin, which is what you're talking about, the hanky panks. And then there's also the exchange, the monetary exchange, which is what we call the ring exchange.
Right, and that's fair. But if you look at traditional Jewish weddings, like yes, those are considered wed, but not to be truly wed. According to the Bible, it says to become one flesh, right? So that's being intimate with somebody.
You would be wrong. You would be incorrect.
No, you're just going off the Jewish belief of it. So.
Oh, well, yes, I would agree that I am going off of the Jewish understanding of marriage, which is what is here.
Are you familiar with like the 7-day tent consummation?
Who wrote the Old Testament?
Who wrote the Old Testament? Well, God inspired man to write it, so God.
Right, not the specific authors, but like what group of people?
What group of people?
Yeah.
Why are you asking me this stuff? What does it matter?
There's a plane that is going to land here. Who wrote the Old Testament? What people group wrote the Old Testament?
Jewish people, obviously. Hebrews.
Okay, so if the Jewish people wrote the text, we would use their understanding of the concepts when we discuss them, yes?
Yes, I completely understand with that, or agree with that, I would say.
So that's why Rav's talking about marriage from the Jewish perspective then, right?
Great.
Correct.
Yes, exactly.
But there's
even Joseph understands this, by the way. Doesn't Joseph understand this, Chris? Like isn't Joseph on his way?
He's betrothed to her, yes, but he hasn't consummated with her, which is the true Jewish marriage.
When you say true Jewish marriage, how are you distinguishing betrothal? How are you distinguishing kiddushin from nisuin?
Because it says, when 2 become one flesh, that's
fuck
marriage.
What is the Jewish understanding of Kiddushin?
It's basically marriage, but it's a process, right? So there's a whole process that happens. It's not just one thing. But the
And by
final
the way,
stage,
let's just say that let's say they weren't married. Let's say that Joseph and Mary were not even had Kiddushin. Let's say they were not even in any relationship. She still had a child out of wedlock. Did she not?
I mean, if you think about it, she was still. It's hard to explain, man, because she was. Again, you're taking what I told you about the having legitimate children, even if you're not married to somebody. So that's an exception to the rule, right? So if God has that exception, then there's obviously other exceptions. It's God.
Your comment, your idea is that because God says so, you're aware of Deuteronomy, I think it's 30, where it says Lo bashamayim he, right? It's not in heaven. That the Torah is not in heaven. That it is very much of the people.
But the Torah is not in heaven. I'm not familiar with that, no. I mean, you have to understand what context you're taking that from, too. It could mean different things to different people. It means that the Torah is with the people, essentially, right? So it means that the Word of God is with the people.
Yeah, exactly.
Is what Jesus was called, right? The Word of God.
So when God produces a child outside of wedlock, that child is subject then to Deuteronomy 23:3.
Which is what?
We already went over this, but Deuteronomy 23:3 is the idea that if a child is born out of wedlock, they're considered a bastard, and that any of
considered a bastard, but you have to understand again, if the Torah was with the people and Christ was the Torah, then that was God sending his Torah to the people.
Do you think that you're engaging with the law that's on the page, or do you think that you're looking at this through a Christian lens and presupposing something that is allowing you to look past the clear...
I could be presupposing things, but you have to also understand we're talking about God, man. Like the fact that you're questioning it.
Chris, yeah, that's what we're doing. Is there something wrong with questioning God?
No, I mean,
okay. So
you're not supposed to really, but
you kind of like to jump in the middle of the questions. I noticed with Raph. Was there a reason why you didn't let him get to the end of that last one? Because I mean, it seemed to almost like there was a nerve struck.
It's because you guys aren't understanding. It doesn't matter if it's out of wedlock or not. Technically, they weren't fully married, and then when God, the virgin birth happened, that was God choosing her, and Joseph respected that choice. So
Chris, do you know what the word Israel means?
Do I know what the word Israel means?
Mm-hmm.
God's chosen people?
It means to wrestle with God.
Okay.
Wrestle.
That is to say that it is, again, the understanding of the people who originally wrote the text that God is to be questioned and wrestled with.
That's fair.
So, why do you think that God is not to be questioned?
Well, it says, do not test the Lord.
Where does it say that? I'm sorry.
It says, thou shalt not test the Lord.
Where does it say that?
Oh.
I really like that to wrestle with God thing. It's one of my faves.
the Son of God said that, but you probably won't take it because you're going off the Torah. But whenever Satan was tempting him,
it's not. I'm. I'm
thou shalt
going
not
off.
put the Lord thy God to the test. Whenever he says, the angels will catch you if you jump.
I'm going
He
off
says, thou shalt.
the original authorship of the text and what it and trying to represent it in a way that is representative of what it was trying to say, right? Do you think that the New Testament is a good representation of the things that the Old Testament was trying to communicate?
It's a new covenant. It's basically confirming what once was and also creating a new covenant with the people.
Well, I don't remember what passage it is about not changing things. I think it's Deuteronomy.
It might be.
I'm not sure though. It's been a while. Is that it, Z? Deuteronomy 6:6?
Deuteronomy 6:16 is about not testing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's 4:2.
I'm looking for not changing. Oh, it's 4:2. It is Deuteronomy though.
I think it might be. Just make sure. Yeah. You shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish.
Right. So you're not supposed to change it. So why are we changing it?
Why are we changing it? Because
Yeah, it seems like a heresy.
the law was fulfilled, and then the marriage was consummated with the people, and the word with the Torah was given to the people. Right? The Torah is not in heaven, but with the people. Everything that you said literally is Christ. It's prophecy.
What?
Because the Son of God is called the Word of God.
Do you think that Jesus fulfilled the messianic prophecies?
Correct.
Why do you think that?
It was even stated while Christ was on the cross, Eli, Eli, sabachthani, which is, my God, why have you forsaken me? Which is what David quoted in the Psalms. It also talked about, he quoted literally the scripture that David talked about before it even happened, like 500 years before it even happened, before they even knew about crucifixion. So not only that, he fulfilled the law. He became the perfect sacrifice.
Chris, if I put an arrow in a tree and I paint a target around it, do I get to call it a bullseye?
Say that again?
If I stick an arrow into a tree or on the side of a barn or whatever, and then I paint a target around the arrow, do I get to call it a bullseye?
Obviously not. I mean, what are you getting at? Just because Christ was crucified, do you think that didn't fulfill the sacrifice? Because, every year the high priest would go into the Holy of Holies and slay an animal and sprinkle the blood on the Ark of the Covenant for the people's sins. And that's exactly what happened. And it was the ultimate sacrifice. Just like when...
That's exactly what happened? By the way, like what do you, I don't know what you mean by sprinkling.
Well, according to Ron White, and that's not necessarily great, obviously.
Hold on a second, Chris. I don't know what you mean by sprinkling blood on the Ark of the Covenant. That would have never happened. But sprinkling the blood on the altar is certainly something that was happening with animal sacrifice. Never would have happened with human sacrifice, which is what the claim of Christianity is. And then secondly, like, I guess I'm curious. I don't understand. You're
you're saying these things, but I don't see the connection.
Okay, I'll give you a connection. So, do you know what Adam's name means in Hebrew?
Yes, earthling.
No, it means man.
It means human made of dirt. Earthling.
Well, that's not true. If you look it up, it literally means man.
Fascinating.
Chris,
man.
what does Adama mean?
I'm going off of the word Adam, not Adama.
Chris, what does the word Adama mean? Here, actually, let's do it real quick. I have my whiteboard here.
Anyways, if you take the word Adam all the way down to
Chris,
Enoch.
stop. Okay. Nobody asked you to keep speaking. He said he's getting a whiteboard.
Chris, why do you think you know Hebrew better than the rabbi?
Is he the rabbi?
Do you know what Rav means?
He is a rabbi.
Is he a rabbi?
So,
what does Rav mean in Hebrew, Chris? Chris, you spoke Hebrew a minute ago. What does Rav mean in Hebrew?
Clearly, it means rabbi.
So this is a final mem. These are the same letters here. This is a regular mem, and this is a final mem. So we have an aleph, a daled, and mem. Aleph, daled, mem, hey. This is Adama, and then we have Adam. Okay, we have Adam, which is earthling, as I'm claiming, because Adama means earth or dirt, and Adam is human made of dirt. In other words, earthling, like dirtling. You want to call it a dirtling? That's fine. You can do that.
What does Seth mean?
Seth means to put.
Or is.
Okay, why bring up Set?
Seth, dude.
It's a tav. Set. You have more questions?
I don't know what you're changing vowels and consonants in Hebrew to try to make your point.
No, I'm not changing anything. It's set. You want to look at the Hebrew? We can look at it.
Chris, what does a vowel in Hebrew look like?
Each letter has a corresponding vowel.
By the way, it's like hilarious. Like, look at this is what I'm teaching my son. By the way,
it's on the board.
What consonant you put in there could have different meanings.
Chris,
well, this is a segol. Should we go through them all? What is this vowel here? If I were to do it, like, what's this vowel here?
Elaborate. I just want to hear your opinion.
Let's say way. Okay. All right. What about this one? It's a shva. Could be a shvana or shvanach. What about this one?
It's okay to not know Hebrew.
It's a patach.
Yeah, I don't know Hebrew.
What about this one? A kamatz.
It was there. He said it. I don't know Hebrew. There you go. But,
and there's a kubutz. That's my favorite name for a vowel.
So you don't know, right, Chris?
Did.
Okay.
The reason that I don't know it. I'm just letting you know based off what I have seen and what the meaning is of the name of people. My point was that if you take Adam's name all the way down to Enoch, each name has a meaning when pronounced correctly in Hebrew with the correct consonants and vowels, and it's man is appointed mortal sorrow.
Chris.
This is a false.
Blessed God will come down, bringing
Chris, you're telling us something I was going to try to stop you. I was trying to help you. I really was. So you're saying that if you, Chris, who just said a few moments ago that you don't know Hebrew, that if you take all these names from Adam to Enoch, that it will say some message about Jesus, right? Is that what you're going to tell us?
Correct.
See, you just said a moment ago you don't know Hebrew, correct?
I don't know the whole language, but I know certain words.
How is it that you have come to learn these certain words?
By studying them.
By studying them. And so in studying them, you found out that the names of Adam and his children said this phrase, man is appointed mortal sorrow.
But the blessed God will come down.
Stop. We can stop there at the sorrow, because you don't need to say the whole message. Otherwise, I mean, it just sounds like you're preaching at us. You're not actually engaging in the question, right? Right.
What does Yared mean?
Dude, why are you asking me? I told you I don't know it right now. I don't remember it.
Well, then why did you bring it up?
Because I know certain things in Hebrew. I'm not a scholar. Because you have the ability to twist certain things inside of Hebrew to make them mean different things very easily. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying
That's not a
you
good
are.
look.
I'm just saying that you can very easily change.
Thrayle, the JOO is twisting things.
I mean, if you're against the Son of God, why wouldn't you try to find a different consonant?
Nobody's against Jesus.
So you just assume that because...
I'm not assuming you guys. I just think that he doesn't believe in the Son because he's obviously trying to say.
Stop. So because he doesn't believe in the Son, then you think he's being dishonest with you automatically. There's no way that the rabbi could possibly be trying to teach you something about the language of his people that you seem to think you know something about.
By the way, I teach Hebrew every single Friday to a group of people on Discord through this app. Like a group of people that I have met through this app that have asked me to teach Hebrew, and I do it completely free and out of the goodness of my own interest of people being able to learn it and do it for themselves.
What does Yod mean? What does Yod mean in the Hebrew?
Well, you might
hand.
say that the hand, yeah, the pictograph is
What
from
does
hand.
Hey mean in Hebrew?
I don't
This
know
isn't
what
quiz
hey
the
is.
rabbi on his Hebrew, like
It means
night.
behold.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
Show me why hey means behold.
Okay. All right. Like, let's. What are we doing? This is not like.
I don't know the.
Behold hand, behold nail is what it means.
No, it's not.
Yahweh
nail,
means
it's
behold hand, behold nail. It does Yod He Vav He. That is God's name, and it means behold hand, behold nail. And the prophecy was fulfilled by Christ.
Chris. It's a weird thing to do. Here, actually, let's do this one more time. This is a really good one. Hold on. Thrayle, can I have it for one more second?
Anybody can look that up. Look up Yod He Vav
Chris,
He.
stop. Chris, stop shouting. Okay.
All right.
You don't need to do that. You asserting yourself here has actually been kind of disgusting. So calm down.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of all the excess stuff so you don't think that I'm trying to do anything else. Okay, this is Haya. Actually, let me do this first.
That's not how you spell God's name.
Dude, calm your body. Okay, this is the lishiot. This is the verb to be, lishiot. Okay, Haya is the past tense, was, and then Hove, sorry, Haya is was, Hove is, and Yihye is will be. So when you put out God's name, Yud He Vav He, you have all of the letters of Haya, which is Ya, right? Ya. I wish I had multiple colors, but you have Ya, Haya, Hove, Hava, Yihye, which is like ya, which is nice. Anyway, so Yud He Vav He is all tenses of the verb was, is, and will be.
Okay, but if you do it minus the tenses, you just said yod means hand. So now it means something else.
It doesn't mean hand. Yod.
Wait,
the word yod is this. Yod.
Yod.
Yod is this. It's just the name of the letter. Like, what does the letter B mean? You sound silly. You get it?
No, because if you take a letter, they still mean different things. If you put them in consonants like you're doing now, you can create a message out of it. It does mean that. You're right. It does mean the one who is and was and will be. But it also means...
We're really not going to do this whole twisting the letters thing.
Okay, but he is. He just said it means hand, and now he's saying it means
Yod this is the word for hand, yod. This is the word yud for the letter yud. I'm happy to explain to you that this letter, yud, is a pictograph for the word hand, just as the letter shin is a pictograph for the letter shane or teeth or tooth, just as mem is a pictograph for mayim or water, just as the letter bet is a pictograph for a tent, for bayit, or just as the letter aleph is a pictograph for the ox. Okay, that is perfectly fine. You want to make these things, these connections, you can definitely do that. But the issue is, it is disingenuous and it's not helpful, and it doesn't it is disingenuous to the original intent of the people who are writing these things. And by the way, if I were to show this board to any of my my colleagues, they'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing right now?" Even trying to explain.
I have a question for you then.
Okay.
Has English not changed based off time? Like, didn't faggot used to mean pile of sticks, right?
Goodbye.
Do you think that original Hebrew?
God. Goodbye, Chris.
No, I'm just saying. Don't you think that Hebrew?
I think that you might be a piece of shit. Yeah.
Whew. Well.
So 2 guests in a row that as soon as I put a poll up, they show their asses.
People
I don't know why I didn't see that coming. Yes, Semper's so true. You can be more creative. Oh, I got a restriction. Kick me out of here. Good night, everybody.
Love you. Happy birthday.
Good night, Raph.
What a piece of garbage. Thank you.
Good night.
Happy
birthday.
Big W's for Rav. We love Rav. Happy birthday, Rav. And then there were 3.
And then there were 3.
Bum, bum, bum.
But if you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request stuff. We are not here for a debate or an argument. We're not here to burgle your gods or make you look like a fool. Although, quite clearly, you might do that on your own. But we are here to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in.
There was a whole wide selection of words that could have been chosen there. The choice to choose that one was just fascinating, as you would say.
Sometimes it's better to just let them do it and not react, and then they don't know what the fuck to do. Like, they will literally implode like a neutron star because they just don't know what the fuck to do when they don't get the reaction they're looking for. It's
Implode like a neutron star is fantastic. That is just great imagery.
So, question the questioner. If you have questions for the questioner and you've been questioned, well then, I'll take some questions.
I'm also open to questions.
Mm-hmm.
Have either of you ever had an experience with the Ouija board?
Yes.
Explain.
Oh god, I was like 15 or 16 years old. It was Halloween with my friends. The planchette moved. Ooh, nothing really happened. It wasn't really that compelling or fun. I have other fantastic supernatural stories, including, well, Blake, I wanted to tell you about this, the Night Marchers.
Oh yeah, I saw the picture.
Did you? Oh, yeah, I told you the other day. Okay, yep. Now it's Thrayle's turn.
Have you danced with the planchette, Thrayle?
It's never really done anything, like people are clearly moving it. And people, we're all just giggling around, talking about, what it's saying, but generally it would say nonsense words because everybody's fighting to make it say something else.
Wait, Z Voices is in the chat saying that they did the Ouija board for TV. We need elaboration on that too.
Yeah, he did like a haunted TV thing.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's dope.
Z's kind of cool.
He's alright.
He does cool stuff sometimes.
Hell yeah. He says, it was whatever. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything special about Ouija boards. They're toys for children, right?
I mean, isn't it like Hasbro that makes them? Got any more, Blake?
No, that was Ouija boards have just been following me around the last couple of days, so.
Really?
What does that mean?
Well, I was looking at beads to get into some more traditional crafts and stuff, and there were beads that were planchettes, and then the next day I was hanging out in the live, and they were discussing Ouija boards, and so I just thought it was funny.
Ouija board coded this week.
And it's just been like really rainy and ooky spooky weather here, and so it feels like Ouija board weather.
I gotta know what Ouija board weather is. Just rainy.
Yeah, and then there's also a lot of caves here with water in them that like come up to the surface. So there's like certain times of year where the groundwater is warmer than the air. So there's just like plumes of fog that form over top of them and like drift across the landscape. That is some Ouija board weather.
Yeah, that's some spooky shit.
Like Stephen King's The Mist level fog.
Didn't that fog have tentacles?
Yeah, this fog might have tentacles. They just like keep to themselves.
Oh, well, I think things that have tentacles should keep them to themselves. As a general rule.
If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, tentacled or otherwise, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. Nobody's looking to burgle your gods or I'm not going to make another tentacle joke.
Yeah, can we just move on from the tentacles?
Yes.
That guy.
Cthulhu or someone who believes in him?
Cthulhu.
I believe that they're a librarian.
Lots of tales about Winnie the Pooh, too. I like that. Oh, look, it's Semper down there. Winnie, don't. It wasn't me this time.
I can just hear Semper's, oh, too.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I behaved. Thrayle. Trying to think of a good one. Hold on. Are you seeking truth, comfort, or certainty?
Why? I won't do it. In that order. Perhaps. I'm not sure about the certainty one.
Why not certainty?
Is it ever really certain?
Is whatever really certain?
Certainty.
I don't know.
Do you know certainty?
I think so. There are probably a couple things that I'm pretty certain of.
Can any contingency you can think of cause that certainty to falter?
I don't think I hold any certainty to 100%. Or I try not to, at least.
Is that really certainty?
Certainty is a spectrum, right? It's a degrees of certainty.
It's a relative
sliding
certainty.
scale. Yeah. For me, at least, I think. Why do you think so many people are seeking certainty?
Comfort. Misidentified.
I would have said the same thing. Is there anything that you're certain of?
There are things I think I might be relatively confident in. Very, very confident. Certain feels like a word that wants 100%. But perhaps if it were relative, relative certainty. Yeah. There are some things that I feel pretty certain of. In that sense.
Does certainty feel like a dirty word to you?
Yes, a little bit. A little, maybe not dirty, but...
Scary?
I don't know that scary is quite the word either.
Dishonest?
I don't know that it's dishonest, is it?
I don't know.
It seems like a word with baggage and, well, it's a firm stance, isn't it?
Ah, yes, and you don't usually take firm stances. We have that in common. What's the hardest stance you take?
You see it, don't you? And escape from that question. Hello, BB. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
You can call me agnostic.
And is your agnosticism the lack of belief in a god with the...
No, it's simply because one cannot know.
Oh, I see. So, one cannot know. That's your assertion and definition of it.
It's not an assertion. It's a not. We all know one cannot know until we find out.
One cannot know. Can two know?
until we, you know, find out the hard way.
One can.
Or the easy way, however you like it.
So your stance, your belief in agnosticism means that one cannot know. Is it an
And I'm sure you're gonna say, "Oh yeah, I know."
I'm not saying anything. BB, I'm asking you a question.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I was trying. You were talking over me. Are you drunk?
Yeah, I'm lit.
Wow. Damn. Certainly makes my question dodge really less dodgy.
It really does, doesn't it? I love it when they're honest, though.
Yeah, every time,
Appreciate
BB.
honesty.
Every time.
What's the hardest stance you take?
The hardest stance I take.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm really thinking. I'm gonna let the I don't know sit for a minute, but I'm exploring that. Is it my own existence? Is it?
I know you are pretty sold on that.
What? At the end, will it matter what the stance was? No, this is feeling like a dodge. I'll stop. It might be. That this is the best audience on TikTok.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah. Appreciate everybody tapping this screen 85,000 times and sharing the live those 62 times down there. You guys are amazing. Thank you
I don't think
so much. What was that?
I just realized I hadn't done that yet. Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, we gotta do all this shit. Copy the link and all those things.
Z wants to know if anybody has ever made you question your lack of belief.
Question my lack of belief. Sure, I think that's happened a few times, depending upon what the definitions of the thing being believed in is. Definitely questioned my beliefs and stances, or
How often were you humming about?
I was still thinking on your other question, but keep going.
How often do you find yourself reevaluating your stances because of a conversation you had here?
I mean, probably constantly. Well, it does depend on the guests. I guess there's a lot of times where I'm just sitting here, letting someone blather on about something that, you know, doesn't make sense or has already quite clearly been questioned. I'm trying not to just say I don't know.
You're allowed to say that you don't know. It's better than dodging it. I'll tell you that.
I always say I don't know.
Last night we were doing 1-for-1, and that was more interesting to me than this. So
Oh, I see. What is the hardest stance you take?
do you know what the hardest stance I take is? That's not even a fun question. You know what it is, and everybody here does too. But it's my rejection of determinism. Mm-hmm.
What would the next one be?
Probably like the nihilistic worldview I have. Which actually might be the hardest stance I take, honestly. It's probably pretty close.
Do those relate to your idea of certainty?
Maybe. I had never kind of contextualized them in that way, but they might, yeah.
What does applying the term... Oh, well, we were going 1-for-1.
No, go ahead. I asked you several, so...
What does applying certainty to it accomplish? What does it change?
Applying certainty to what?
Yeah, well, in those stances, for instance, nihilism and opposing hard determinism for your reasons.
Again, I think that it comes back, it always comes back for me to like emotional attachments, right? Like these are emotionally held stances for the most part, and that is the utility of them. And so the certainty there is in the secure emotional attachment.
The secure emotional attachment.
Yeah, it makes me feel good.
So it makes you feel good to oppose that stance and take the other.
No, it just makes me take what other? What is the other?
To oppose hard determinism in one case, and in the other, to adopt this nihilistic framework.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They make you feel good, so therefore there's certainty. Or certainty makes you feel good.
No, I apply a high degree of certainty to them because it is these are unfalsifiable things, and and it makes me feel good. Yeah, and there's no like reason for me to like not applying the certainty to them would just.
Could your description of them as being unfalsifiable be falsified?
I don't know.
W, I don't know.
I don't know if that's a W, I don't know, or a you're starting to ask questions above my level of comprehension without some like serious quiet time sit down thought. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, you say they're unfalsifiable ideas. But is that necessarily true?
Necessarily true? No, but like true as it stands right now, I think so, yeah. Does that mean it'll never be true? Or does that mean it'll always be true? No, not necessarily.
So, back to certainty. How certain are you that these are unfalsifiable?
Fairly certain, but not to. I try to hold no certainties to 100%.
Topics, or that they are unfalsifiable.
Of my stances on them, clearly.
If there were some way to falsify them that you had not yet explored or heard of, or that nobody had, could that change your stance?
I suppose I would have to. Can't just really put my hands over my eyes or my fingers in my ears and go, I don't know.
What if it made you feel good, though?
I mean, that's not really a reason to do that. Like, there are plenty of things in life that don't make me feel good that I don't ignore, right? Like, but if I can choose to hold a stance that makes me feel better, and there's no reason for me to not hold that, then why wouldn't I? Seems like that's a good way to like make your life easier and more productive, probably. If there's new information, I need to change my stance, I can do that. And I can like be okay with it, right? But like there's no reason to at the moment. No reason to like have stances that are just going to make me upset for no reason.
Understood. One more, or do you
No, go ahead. I know, yeah.
How certain are you that there's no reason?
Not entirely.
Okay.
What? Was that a bad answer?
No. Not entirely. Because certainty isn't entire for you.
No.
On a scale of 0 to 100.
Okay.
How certain are you that there is, again, no reason?
Probably about a 60.
Interesting. Did you? Did you want to ask a question?
I mean, if you have more, please continue, because I don't have one right now. Oh, actually, I do. Z, actually, really has one. What's one thing you learned from these conversations that you value? And I will answer it, Z, but I'm going to ask Thrayle first.
That when when you question something, it can corruption of a thing, and that thing, that deconstruction can, well, it can be a difficult and an emotional thing that still requires questioning, even through the, oh, I could have said that the other way around, through the compassion.
Compassion through the questioning? Mm-hmm. I
But
think...
is that why I said it that way?
I think that my answer is probably fairly similar, actually, which is funny because I had kind of started to formulate it before you got through yours. But I think that what I've learned is that convictions, things that are deeply held, things that are a part of us, sometimes are there, like, are harmful and need to be deconstructed or need to be worked through, or just, don't align with where we are anymore. And also that empathy, compassion, support is so important through these things. And I've also learned how to be that support system. And I think that that is so valuable for myself and for the people that I end up doing this support for. It is something that has brought me a lot of meaning.
I wonder if Blake has an answer to that question. He's a part of a lot of these conversations. Or did we catch him sleeping on one of those very, very rare occasions?
No, you caught me eating.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what was the exact question?
Sorry, I'm scrolling up to read it. What's one thing you've learned from these conversations that you value?
Oh, okay. better ways to like get beyond people's shell.
Real quick, Thrayle, did you see that? Okay, good. Good talk.
I had stepped away for just a split second. What did I
It was a Discord notification, but
I see.
no, not that one.
Wrong button.
Beyond people's shell. You mean like to like help people open up more?
Or I mean more, I guess I mean when people are like, very, like, for lack of a better word, like, pig-headed about something, and then somebody else jumps in and is like able to be like, oh wait, now let me try. And then just through like a completely different method is able to have the same exact conversation, but like somehow the person responds to it in a completely different way and in like a much more positive light and is like able to have the conversation in question. And the, like really the only thing that has changed is that like maybe it's that the conversation's happening again, but a lot of times it seems like it's just like the different approach also makes a huge difference. And of course, when it comes to a certain level of harm, it's like it doesn't matter. Like fuck gun policing, but like for a lot of these things, when we're talking about what I believe is mostly or like all imaginary creatures, like they can like approach it different ways and get through to people. And my approach very early on coming on the TikTok was very like run. So that's what I mean. It's chilled me out a bit.
Hello, Tom.
Oh,
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, maybe.
And which god do you believe in?
No particular one, but like a mind behind creation type of thing. You know what I mean?
A mind behind creation.
Yeah. So, like an unfathomable singular intelligence that's like, you know, in control and in some way of everything that exists, rather than complete randomness. You know what I mean?
Would you like to try to rephrase that? I'm not quite sure what you meant.
Yeah. Okay, so like a God that created everything.
So just not the
galaxy here,
so
galaxy there, this planet over here. I'm gonna do that there. You know, I'm out, like he's in control and he's doing stuff. He's got control over it. You know.
How drunk are you, Tom?
I'm not drunk.
Cool. Okay.
What is your belief?
Asking questions and questioning answers.
Yeah. Okay. So do you believe in God?
No. So, Tom, when you say that you believe in a God that's not the God of Christianity, right? But
yeah.
a God.
Yeah, I just sound drunk all the time.
Okay. That's
yeah, so
that wasn't what I was asking.
Yeah, I was just
so I wasn't even
chat.
quite finished with the question. Well, you're not gonna reply to the chat from up here. It kind of just makes it seem like you're drunk. So, Tom, why did you request up?
I don't know, just thought I'd have a chat. I don't know what you were chatting about and just felt like chatting.
I see. And again, you're telling us that you're not drunk.
No, I'm not drunk. What makes you think that?
Literally every behavior since you've come up on panel.
Yeah. But like, just the idea of a creator of the universe that, fucking, I am actually having a hard time, but like, somebody that created everything, but he's not the freaking God of the Old Testament or whatever, a brain behind creation, a brain behind.
Sorry, the sound of the zipper and the anticipation, I just didn't want to.
Good call. I completely messed the zipper sound.
What is it?
A mild distraction. But if anybody's got a belief in a God or gods, higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs.
Only mild?
I mean, I'm still on the live saying. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if you've got a belief in a God or anything like that, there's boxes up here, and questions for days. That is, of course, if you're, not too drunk. I mean, as long as Tom wasn't about to do what I think he was about to do, and if he's not drunk, we can probably proceed, but I just,
Yeah, there's another Australian in the chat. Let us know if we're just being Australianists. Misinterpreting.
Just all the ones that come up here.
No.
Just all the ones you've ever met, huh?
In here, yeah. Patterns matter, like Z says. Z is smart. We should listen to him. Oh, look who's back.
He definitely was lit, as he said. I'm not. Do we want to see how lit the agnostic BB is again?
I think that's okay. They're clearly going through something. If you have a belief in a gods, a higher power, or anything like that, request on up. And don't forget to do your heart me and your repost and all the stuff. I was like, what? Did you just have a stroke? No, it's the chat.
Not me. It wasn't me.
Well, I guess we're not going to have a believer who believes they can question their beliefs, I guess. thing that's going to happen unless you are a believer in a belief that you can question. Preferably something like a god or God's higher power or something like that. But, question other beliefs as well. Perhaps. Questioning a lot right now.
Like what?
Like where the believers are.
Oh. I have a belief that Thrayle is actually the Slender Man.
Aren't you afraid of the Slender Man?
Yeah. Good job remembering the lore. Am I afraid of Thrayle?
It's against Slender Man already.
Well, he's a creepy skeleton wandering around in the woods, so...
I mean, is skeleton part of the Slender Man description?
No. But Slenderman is generally described as skeletal.
Yeah, but so am I, and I'm not Slender Man.
How tall are you?
Like 6'1".
Yeah, you're not tall enough. Thrayle, though, might be. Ooh, that's what we should listen to.
What's that?
Skeleton Man Q&A Showtime.
Oh, yeah.
It's been stuck in my head for days, actually.
That wasn't good. Oops. I really need a faster way to cue up the music.
I far prefer the Corpse Bride, actually.
You did what?
I prefer the Corpse Bride.
Prefer the Corpse Bride to
Nightmare
what?
Before Christmas.
Why?
I like it better.
Victor's piano solo was the first song I learned on.
Mm.
It wasn't a judgmental why, it was just why.
Oh, I don't know. I just have always liked it better. I mean, Nightmare Before Christmas is fine. I just think it's I don't know. It's just okay. I really like the Corpse Bride. I think it's cute.
movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised you know the reference at all.
What?
Of the, like, a movie made after, what, 2000?
That's a fair assessment. I haven't seen Rocky Horror, Audrey. Which is truly a shortcoming on my part because Tim Curry.
What? That seems so out of character.
No, it truly is just a shortcoming on my part.
Paul Thrayle.
I know.
No, the AI summary says debating which movie is better. Nightmare Before Christmas or Corpse Bride. That's not what's happening.
How did it change that quickly?
It was so fast. This is what happens. I don't know.
So is it one song a night or one singing outburst forever? Because y'all keep naming a bunch of musicals.
I think it should be. I vote one song a night. That's probably not the right answer though, so don't listen to me.
Click clack, midnight on the tiles. He's grinning with his skull on file. Cards flip, every secret face up. Truth or dare, your fragile hopes, huh? Knee socks, shaking in my boots. Lip gloss, tastes like bitter fruit. He says, girl, are you sure you're sure? I say, hit me with one more. Every answer feels like falling. Tiny heartbeats, curtain call. If my faith is just pretending, let it crack or let it glow. Skeleton men, ask me again. Peel back the brain from my trembling hands. I stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone questions. Skeleton men, I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime. He taps the hourglass and flies white trust stars that never write back. I see my tiny dreams in his eyes, bare feet on a railway track. Pink pen scribbles on my sleeve, little vows I swore I'd keep. If doubt's a blade, I tell his grin, then watch what shines beneath my skin. Every truth is sharp and shaken, but I'll hold it in my palm. If my faith is just for story, let your shadows prove me wrong. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the prey from my trembling hands. I'll take every wish I ever planned on your cold bone questions. Skeleton man, I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime. What if you're mistaken? I say, so what if my heart comes back shaken? I'm fragile, but it's still my life. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the brave from my trembling hands. I'll stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone quest. Skeleton man, watch me tonight. Turn every crack to a battle cry. If I fall, I will fall in the sky. Faith in full expression. Skeleton Q&A showtime.
Thank you, Heretical Apothecary, for the skeleton Q&A show time. And if there's anybody watching with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. Not here to debate or argue. I really am here just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe in? Why do you believe it?
I'd really like some Believe You Believers. Oh.
Hey, cheer. Play bit. I'll make it a bit smaller down.
Now we're gonna have to really watch it.
If you've got a belief in a god, or something like that, can you do us a favor and see if the boxes are working? No, it's not a trap. It's not a trap. We're not gonna just lure you up here to ask you questions and see if you can question your beliefs. It's not. Cat, I'm gonna mute you just because you're noisy. But, God things, and you know, want to help us test the boxes. We're just gonna probably, you know, well, we might ask you a question or two. Yeah. But really, we are here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you do have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, you can question that belief. That is what we're here to see.
I'm actually digging through a pile of books in the backseat of my car.
That's what they all say.
There was a metal cup back there too that made a lot of noise, but
That was pretty noisy.
yeah, the metal cup did make some noise, but it was pretty much books. I was looking for something.
Hello, level maxing. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I'm Australian.
Yes, you're Australian. Does it?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with you? Is
I'm
Australia your God belief?
No, Australia is a Christian country since 1963.
Fascinating. So, because you're from Australia, you therefore believe in the Christian God. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So all Australians believe in the Christian God.
Basically.
Really fascinating. Wow. Every single one of them.
Yes. I've never met one Australian atheist.
That's fascinating. Have you ever heard of Tim Minchin?
Huh?
Tim Minchin.
What'd you say, Goose?
There's only 50 of you, right? So you clearly, if you know,
There's about 25 million Christians
I'm
in
sorry.
Australia.
I thought you were from Australia, right? You all know each other. There's only 50 of you, and you know Tim Minchin, right?
I pretty much know most
all of
people.
them, right? All the Australians that there are.
Not everyone, but
Yeah,
pretty much we're all Christians, and
Fascinating.
if I was the Prime Minister,
Level-maxing. Can you just drop the trolley act because you?
No. I'm just saying, if I was the Prime Minister
I'm
of
gonna
Australia,
stop you just for a moment
Wait.
because
Did Catholics count?
you seriously just asked me that ridiculous question?
I'm just wondering if Catholics count as Christian.
Some, but not all.
Because I know an Australian Catholic.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right, not that you're aware of, but I do. I know an Australian person that you don't know that is a Catholic. So
you can't know an Australian person who doesn't know. They all know everybody. There's only 50 of them.
you know that person too.
Look,
but he doesn't know them, so they don't exist.
That's kind of mean.
See, I'm a Christian. I have now been Christian for 10 years.
Clearly. 10.
Yes.
I don't know if this is a block-worthy troll or if this is just dropped into the comments. I think here's what we'll do.
If you drop me,
yeah, you're gone. But maybe you'll find it again one day.
I would have rather had Uncle Rory, I think.
So momentary block. We can come back maybe one day. Find it again. Block list is too long.
Let's see how strong Cat's summoning powers are.
I did summon the fuck out of Rav earlier. I did that was amazing.
I don't think there is a limit by. I don't know. Hello, AZ. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, AZ's not really with us, are they? Daisy, if you meant to join, you'll have to try again. You didn't quite load in.
I hope that we never get to a point where there's 10,000 blocked people. That's insane.
I have no idea how many there are. That sucks. That hasn't happened for a while.
What'd you do?
Let's see, we didn't quite make the goal, but we can still thank Z Voices, Shell, Bratch, and Cassie to see for helping out with it. Even though no one felt that, but that's okay. We'll try a Toroid time and see what happens.
Oh, thanks.
Hell yeah. Toroid time.
I had enough coins to give you one, too. Thank you, Quantum.
Hell yeah. If ever anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I really am here just to see if you can question. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And, more. Much more.
I'm sure you did mean that. I'm sure. Nobody's ever called either of us that before. Who's brattier? One's in the chat for Thrayle, two's in the chat for Cat.
We just start a poll like that.
I didn't start a poll. I don't know what you're talking about.
That was absolutely a poll.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do that. Did you guys hear me start a poll? I didn't start a poll. What are all these ones and twos about?
I'm seeing a lot of numbers down there for someone who hadn't started a poll.
I can barely hear you, Thrayle.
Certainly seems there's a poll going on.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's a pole? See, he doesn't like it when I do it to him.
Do what?
Shut up. Okay, but that is the only correct answer, I think.
Wait, which one? No.
2 for the audacity to start the poll.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in
Let's. That was a terrible way for that segue to end. I mean, not going into the Q&A Showtime song, but don't know what happened there.
Didn't work though, doesn't matter.
What didn't work? But if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. Ooh, nice poll. So at least 2 people in the room have a belief in a God and can answer questions about it. Wow, fascinating. And can you question the belief itself? Might be the other question. Oh, where'd Blake go? I didn't fire Blake. I didn't fire anyone. And then the Thrayle was all alone, sitting atop his bony throne, wondering where the believers have gone. And yet, universe here. Or beyond. You can question a belief in that. I don't know about anyone, but, maybe if someone out there with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that can question their beliefs, go ahead and request up. Vi thinks she's psychic now, too. And read my bony brains. Well, I'll have to think about that. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. And if you can question your beliefs, and you've questioned your beliefs here, and you've been waiting to turn the tables to question the questioner, then this is your chance. Now Vi wants to do a tarot drawing. Or do you mean a tarot reading? Or just a drawing? Do we draw the cards with pen and paper? Or use colored pencil? Crayons, maybe? Or do you mean I don't know about that. There are 84 people in the room still. We haven't scared them all away. And if you are one of them and you believe in a god or gods or something like that, and you are curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request on I'm not here for a debate or an argument. I really, really do just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe and why? Interesting. Hello, Semper. Did you mean to request help? Gonna guess not, but appreciate you nonetheless. So good to see you again.
Oh, yeah, of course, you too.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 46.
Mm-hmm. And I remember many of your questions, but do you mind if I ask just a couple? I'm sorry, I remember many of your answers, but can I ask you a couple just to remind the audience?
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
That is probably the question I am questioning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm. You do now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What is it that you're believing in that you're thinking of as like a god or?
Well, I don't remember the last time I was on. I think it was over the summer, and I had every time I'm there, it feels like home, and I think it's because of how unbelievably, I don't want to say religious, I don't want to say, spiritual. It's just a way of life. And I, as an upbringing of believing and then not, and then believing again, it's that, I just have to say, it's that culture and their acceptance of people, and it can align with Catholicism, probably.
Catholicism.
Well, that is, of course, very prevalent in European countries. Specifically, I was talking about Italy, of course. I mean, you're surrounded by it. And I don't mean like the people. It's not about their belief and how maybe common it can be. It's the architecture, it's the art, it's the feeling of going in one of those churches, and every time you go in, you see something so beautiful and so new. How can you not believe in some sort of higher power?
The awe.
And exactly.
A feeling of awe at the grandeur of the architecture, of the culture, the history frozen in time, as he says.
Yeah.
Is that awe the God, the higher power?
I believe so.
I know someone who might describe that as as a neurological response understanding of your relation to the grandeur or the size of something.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Could it just be your brain?
Sorry. Sure. It really. I'm sorry for laughing. That was probably very rude of me.
Oh no, it wasn't rude at all, Shell. So, if your brain is the factor, the thing that is causing you to feel this awe, then where would God be? What would the God really be? Just your mind.
Are you saying that as in within you, or a more like psychological, neurological response to external stimuli?
Well, what I'm asking is, if your brain is it really God, or is it just your feeling?
I guess you're saying
Does it exist anywhere outside the mind?
outside the life?
The mind, your mind.
Oh, mind. Actually, that was a really funny slip.
Oh.
Because, I'm sorry, let me just go a little off track.
Okay.
Because I'm listening to your lives for so long. I think that it has had an influence.
What do you mean by that?
I question whether or not there is a God, like, I guess, floating in the sky. It feels a little bit more comfortable questioning it. And I've gotten some of that just from listening. So, I mean, thank you for that. The slip was kind of funny. It was like, when I'm off of your live, do I practice anything? Do I pray? Do I get on my knees and humble myself? And I don't really do a whole lot. It used to be these rituals, and they felt so. But I off of your live, I kind of let go of all that. So it's not like I'm really practicing anything or worshiping. So is it something I believe while I'm online, or not?
Ask that last part again. Sorry.
I don't know if I can.
That's okay. That's okay, Shell. It's alright. It's really good to see you.
Yeah, you too. And the chat and the mods and the whole
Right.
panel.
I'm curious. If you don't remember that part of the question, it's absolutely fine. Do you have any questions for me? Since I'm kind of running question the questioner all the time now. And they
I
don't have to
probably
be
have like,
profound questions. They can be any question at all.
what were you like as a kid?
I think I was curious, mostly well behaved. I tried to be kind and generous, but I know I wasn't always. Friendly, but people weren't always. There were, troubled times that could have been better. Probably shaped part of who I am now, though. I think it's similar to a lot of childhoods.
And who are you now?
That's a good question. It's a really good one. I keep asking myself a lot. I'm a man who questions everything, including himself, including questioning himself. I question where my questions will lead and what they might do. Who could be harmed by them, and should that mean I should stop? Who could be helped by them? Should that mean I should never stop? What will this is who am I, isn't it? I'm kind of wandering off into what I'm doing, but I'm just someone who can't stop questioning and
If you can't stop questioning, why are you trying to stop questioning me?
question. I'm not trying to stop. I was trying to give you an opportunity just a chance to question me, which isn't always very often.
Thanks for that.
Great questions. Really great ones. I'm going to keep asking the who am I one a lot. I do ask it a lot.
I try.
Let me ask you, Shell. Who are you?
I am a woman that has one foot in the cradle and one foot in the grave. It's actually part of a song lyric that I think it's very true.
Why cradle and grave? And why does that connect to you? Doctor says, great question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like I want to be a child again. Starting over, learning how to draw again and learning how to paint again. Or big things like learning how to love again. But I'm so angsty and bitter. And, I dare say sinful. So I think that darkness sometimes, and even if it's not so dark, but in that gray area, I think sometimes I feel like I'm digging my own grave, or if I allow my own demons to win, then I am in the grave. I don't know if any of that made sense. Light and dark. Sometimes I just want the easy answer, and sometimes, like, I want to work on that belief.
Well, having a belief in God, like your God of all, do for you? What is the benefit you gain?
Didn't I ask that when I was first coming here?
I think I might have asked you that.
I guess sometimes it doesn't, but why does that really matter anyway? I mean, as long as you're kind and caring and think about, trying to be empathetic. I mean, that would also cross over into some sort of awe. So it makes me feel secure, and it makes me feel happy.
So feeling like there is the feeling of awe, that helps give you happiness.
Can you ask that again? Sorry.
Your God of awe, the belief that you are, well, it sounds like kind of toying with, or mostly, is it a full-fledged belief, Shell, that that awe is God?
Oh, no.
Yeah, so kind of
I mean, I've
sort of an
gone through
idea
how
of
many?
what, yeah. So it's sort of an idea of what a god or what people are saying God is. Like someone standing at the edge of a volcano.
Mhm.
Oh, I get it though. I get the God of Awe.
Thank you.
Because it's well, it's a really good, I think it's a good description or a good way to understand God for somebody who hasn't really had an understanding of God.
Yeah.
Hi, Shell. Nice to see you, by the way.
Yeah, you. My voice goes in and out.
Your voice is beautiful.
Oh, thanks. You make me blush.
I mean that. Um, is there comfort in the awe? Is that what I'm hearing? Sorry, I kind of came back in the middle of it.
Yeah, there's comfort.
Mm. Do you not see awe as kind of terrifying?
Oh, yeah, of course. Some of the best art that's ever been created is terrifying.
That's true. That is true. Do you find awe in artwork?
I do.
Like what kind of artwork? Like visual art or music or all of it?
Fine arts. Usually in the two-dimensional form, painting and drawing, and like you can put all in all of it, even the bad stuff. Or what, that's subjective, I guess.
The stuff that you're not as your tastes aren't as attuned to.
Yeah.
It's funny when you said that, even the scary stuff, like some of the best art is scary. I immediately thought of the Dead Flag Blues, which is horrifying and like this beautiful masterpiece of a song. And that's where my head immediately went. But there's a lot of awe in the visual arts too. Do you find God in art?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think I get that. Is God just a word you're using to describe a thing you're feeling?
Yeah.
That's how I think about it too.
Oh no. Sorry for reading chat. Oh no.
You're okay.
Did I hit the goddamn sandwich?
So everybody hits the sandwich.
It's all sandwich shell. Sandwiches are sandwiches. You did great.
Yeah, you're fantastic.
Thanks.
I really do
You
love
all
the sound of your voice. It's so pretty.
I'd do a curtsy if I could.
I'm picturing it.
Oh, good. Another picture.
Another work of art.
Mm-hmm.
You do a lot of makeup artistry, don't you, Shell?
Oh, that's actually, I work at a amusement park, and it's for their like scare Halloween event, and that at least most of the things that are on my profile are by professional artists. So, um, I work as a scare actor, and
Excellent.
it's a lot of fun. It really is.
Yeah, it is. I did a lot of scare acting too. That's
You
awesome.
did not.
I did.
We have another part-time questioner who does that as well. She's a part-time questioner. She hasn't been here in a while. She's busy having a life and a boyfriend.
Yeah, oh my, I have to ask, what parts did you play through?
Well, the role that I filled the most.
Oh, so like a
I would chase people around.
slaughterhouse.
Slaughterer. Yeah, I would run around with a chainsaw.
I didn't have the chainsaw, but oh, I'm sorry.
The apron made of skin was pretty cool. Faces, mostly.
That's hilarious that you say that because I wore one too. I tried to get a picture of it, but it was a difficult angle. But that's great. I always get assigned the Ghost Bride, which is funny because I just got married.
Congratulations!
Yeah,
congratulations.
Shell.
Thank you.
Did you hear me saying earlier how much I love the Corpse Bride?
I did. Yeah.
Do you have any questions for Thrayle or myself?
Kat, if I remember correctly, are you a nihilist?
I am.
I really can identify with that.
Why? How?
Like sometimes I get those feelings that
Does that make you sad or like feel negatively?
it makes me a little bitter because I wasted so much time believing in something that doesn't matter.
That I could see how that would be an issue. It's almost so the way I think of it, the reason I don't have any negative feelings about it, a lot of people have like negative associations. I'm answering the question that you didn't ask, is it never mattered. First of all, like even if we thought it did at some point, it never did. So nothing's really changed. And also it's kind of freeing, it takes some like cosmic pressure off and allows you to just kind of like enjoy yourself and enjoy your life.
Yeah. I can see that.
So next time you feel that bitterness, remember that part. Kind of makes it a little sweeter.
Yeah, I will. I will. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm getting tired, so I'm trying to think of questions. I mean, I'm very curious where they're all like, how often do you have someone change your mind?
It gets changed a lot. Often by me questioning it. But I give credit to whatever interaction or person that caused me to question.
For those of us who aren't hanging out in the Discord all the time because we have real lives or jobs or families or whatever, the rest of us that are in this like constant state of questioning each other. So I feel like because of that, our minds get changed a lot. Like something will happen here, the conversation will happen here, and we'll carry it over and start having the discussion in Discord with each other later and questioning each other. And I think minds get changed a lot.
Yeah, they do.
Amazing.
It's genuinely incredible, and I feel so lucky every day to have such a wonderful, intelligent, empathetic group of people to share my ideas with.
It's so lovely.
I agree. They're kind of fun too.
I think I was in there.
All right.
Yeah, I was in there for a little bit. I'm the
place to hang out.
I'll try and be in more often.
That'd be
We would
great,
like
Shell.
that.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Go for it.
Why did you want me up here?
Why did I want you up here?
If you did.
Well, I mean, I'm always happy to have you up here, Shell. You've been a viewer, a participant, a supporter of this live for a very long time, and I really appreciate you. So when I saw you in the queue, automatically I was really glad to have you up.
Oh, good. But I don't think that's really the answer. I think there's more to it.
There most definitely is. I think you have a great mind, and I enjoy hearing your questions, reading your questions in chat. And I really wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to question me if you really want to be where you're at. It had been a while since we saw you. So, again, yeah, really glad to see you.
No, I'm honored to be able on here, but I really hope that I didn't say anything or give any idea that I don't respect everybody's beliefs.
Oh, no, not at all. You've been wonderful, Sha. You really have. Very
You've been
Oh, thank
delightful.
I really didn't want to fuck up.
You didn't fuck up.
Not at all. Levi says bubble wrap her right now. That means she adores you too. I think. Or, well, it might mean something else, but either way, she likes you.
I love when people who are like regular, like super regular here. I'm always so curious what you guys think or what you guys want to ask us, and so I love it when you guys do it.
Good. I'm still laughing about the bubble wrap. You guys are great. Hey, chat, you guys are great.
The chat adores you.
I'm in there so often, and I kind of just listen, and it really is, what do you say, the best audience on TikTok. I really mean that.
Oh, hell yeah.
We
Yeah,
do
it
too.
is.
Yeah, it genuinely is.
I've seen a lot of audiences and they get messy. This one's great. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, I've been in other lives too, and it gets a little dark really, really fast. But that's why I joined the Discord. Was not from obviously being on panel. It's not because of any gifts or anything like that. I mean, that's just whatever in chat, just listening. And they always have much better questions than I ever have, and I know you guys don't want to be teachers, but I think you can be like guiders. So, I mean everyone. I don't mean to box everyone into like one cocoon or something.
I hope that people do learn, not necessarily, the facts, ideas, the thoughts that we share, but more so the method, the idea of questioning.
Yeah, like how to question their beliefs, right? Or just like how to recognize an assumption and then work backwards on it is probably like the really important thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I think something I've learned through being here is that like oftentimes it's like easy to make assumptions and not even realize that's what you're doing.
Oh, I hate it when I assume something.
Right, especially when you like don't realize it until later and you're like, oh wow.
Yeah, there's no excuse really.
It's Morgan. Good morning.
Good morning, Morgan. How are you?
Oh, hi, Morgan.
Connected.
Unacceptable.
I think these guys are trying to run me off.
I can't imagine why.
I can't get away. JK.
Why do you
Aw.
think Morgan and I ended up here so much?
Is there anything I can do for you, ma'am?
Yeah,
Or sir?
Well, did Morgan have a question for Shell?
I did, but now I'm distracted and I don't remember what it was.
Hello?
No worries.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I say something wrong?
You did not.
What have you learned today?
It was a really good one, Shell.
Yeah, that was a really good one. That is really good. Think. I think what I'm. I think what I learned today is that I make it sound like it's going to be. I learned that you should never stop questioning, even those vague certainties. Those are,
No, wait.
that's a cop-out answer, Dan.
That was such a cop out. Hold his feet to the fire.
Such a cop out
I had
answer.
a good one. I had a good one, and then I jumped on that. Get something else. Okay.
Give it a shot anyway.
Let me keep thinking on that for a minute. It's a really good question. It deserves a better answer than I'm.
Well, Vice requested a wake up song. So what if we let's think for a minute? I was just trying to give you a little
You don't
time.
have. I put you on the spot.
No, Shell.
It's a hard question.
Time. I put people
Don't you ever apologize.
Don't let him out of this one.
This man a question.
Letting me out of this one's not fair to you. This is a good question. What did I learn today? I learned that feel like as soon as I make it a declarative, it's something I should question. Or
Why does that make it a negative thing? Why does making it a declarative and creating more questions, why is that a bad thing?
I tested limits today.
Mm.
And the limits, some of them flexed a little under that testing, and some of them are, well, I wouldn't flex them that way again.
And that's what happens when you're learning something new.
So that leaves.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't say those limits are fixed, though. I just wouldn't test them that way again. So I guess it had something to do with limits.
Limits?
Boundaries is what it had something to do with.
Sure. But a few drunk guests up here tonight, and a few of them I let stay a little longer, and some I did not. We had a few good conversations out of it, and some that weren't so great.
Would you say that is me?
No, I wasn't even referring to you at all, Shell.
Okay, good. That's like one of those.
Say that again, Kat.
Yes, he was. He's just being a shit. By far the best conversation we've had all night.
Yes, definitely.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, because some had too much salt, as Quantum reminds us.
Jesus.
Spirituality is spirit, or something like that.
It's not good for you. But you gotta admire the originality.
Yeah, maybe the first time, but the 10th time, not so much.
Yeah, I could see that too.
And the condescension that it came with wasn't great either.
Oh, I always feel it's so bad for you guys if someone comes up like that and kind of. I said at first troll, and I know that was a bad assumption, but it seems so ridiculous. And I was like, oh no, the poor panel. Ugh. Is everything okay?
It's just that quiet time of day.
I had a momentary distraction. But we do have Looney Bats joining us too. Good morning, Looney Bats.
Good morning, Bats.
Good morning, Shell. Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Kat. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I had a question I have been thinking about this morning.
Go for it.
What is a home? Is a home four houses, the place you lay your head at night? Is it the place you feel safe? Or is it where you grew up? What is a home?
Fascinating. I had a similar question in my mind earlier. What is a home?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of field research in this study right now, and I'm wondering what a home is.
Home is the place where you feel safest, most comfortable, and happiest. Sometimes it's a place, sometimes it's a person, sometimes it's, I don't know. I've had homes that were in my car, or like Warden, or an actual literal home. Home has kind of always been a fluid thing for me, so but I think for some places it's concrete, you know. This place is home. I'll tell you what, like after I've had a really long, shitty day, I love to come cozy up here and just hang out and ask questions and be with people that I love and appreciate.
So a home isn't necessarily anything you can point at. It's more of a feeling.
Kind of, yeah. I think that's a fair descriptor. Sorry, there's a beeping sound happening. That's outside of me. Clearly, I don't make that sound. Never mind. It's 3 a.m. Give me a break.
Don't make that noise.
Anyway. Yeah, I think home might be a feeling, maybe. I don't. I think that a lot of things are feelings, though. I have a lot of feelings. I don't know if
wrong with it being a feeling. I was just not sure how to define home.
No, I just had never thought about it like that until you said that, which is why I was kind of just like considering it. Yeah.
Well, that's Kat's definition. Does everyone else have the same, more or less the same definition, or does anyone have any other thing what they think of as home?
I'm not sure that I have a perfect answer to that because I'm not really sure home exists. It's kind of funny. Last night, my husband and I were playing the game of life, and I don't know if you've ever played before. Are you familiar with the game of life?
Yeah, with the little cars and little pink and blue little dots you put on it, and you go through have a little family and graduate and lose all your house in a foreclosure.
Exactly.
Those fucking pink and blue people keep popping up, don't they?
Hey, man, ushers are upstanding people, okay?
Yeah, so we were playing that game, and every time you had to do something to make you feel safe or secure or you just want to get rich, right? And you we would hit that it was necessary to buy a home. And it was such a drag. It's like, no, I don't think a home really brings you as much comfort as freedom. If that can be ended with a period.
You don't think a home brings as much comfort as freedom?
Yeah. I mean, don't we want to be free? Do we want to be in one place forever? Or, you know, a significant, it's a short life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Buying that house was such a drag. It made me feel like, nah, I want to be free.
Is that the house? Is that really the home?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But no.
Can't freedom and home coexist? Can't you have home
Yeah,
that
that
is
was
freedom, that is free in some way?
yeah, that's what I was just thinking. That's why I said no.
Kat, did you have something to add to that?
I think that the idea of freedom and home coexisting is like incredibly dissonant. I am incredibly free, but not often home.
Could that be a choice of what you're applying your home to? As you said, you're
It's, but it's still something foundational.
Does
Right, so
grounding necessarily mean that you're not free,
it feels like it. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the truth.
No, I get it. I get it, Kat.
We could question that though.
We'll get breakfast soon. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I should have muted.
You're fine.
Yeah, my husband here is snacking. He just sat down, and I had to tell him. I was like, "It's okay. We have plans to go out for breakfast, but I have time. I'm not running."
No, you wouldn't be a runner, Shell. You've done great up here. You've really asked some great questions.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. I love all you guys. Like,
Oh, we love you too, Shell. Appreciate you so much.
Love you, Shell. Appreciate you.
and you.
Did you have one more question you want to leave us with before you get to breakfast?
A question?
Mm-hmm.
This is like the opportunity where I say something so profound that she's a genius.
Sometimes even the most mundane can be the most profound thing to say.
How profound.
How about, is it always good to not know? To say, I don't know?
Or is it always good to say, I don't know? That's a good one.
That is probably the most elementary way of saying it. But, yeah, you follow me.
Is it always good to say, I don't know? When it's honest. When it's honest.
But always?
Well, if it's an honest, I don't know. If you honestly don't know, then it is always good to say it.
But don't you want to know things?
Yeah, absolutely. So if I don't know something and I say, I don't know, there's a good chance I might take that opportunity to go look deeper, see what I can know or discover.
Well, for instance, like, don't you want to know when a friend of yours is in trouble? And to know how to paint, know things. You gotta have moments in your life where you say, hey, yeah, that. So sometimes I feel so, like, terrible saying I don't know. I mean, obviously everyone on the panel and so many people in chat know so much more than me. And I'm always in some sort of, like, state of speechlessness that I'm like, oh, shit, I don't know what they know. Why am I why am I so stupid?
Can I tell you a secret? Actually, this might not be a secret. I don't know. You guys can tell me if it is or not. I am in constant awe of these people and how much more intelligent than me I think that they are, and how much they value the things I say, or even in spite of that. I think it's a common feeling, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe you and I just think we're dumb. I don't know.
I don't think you're dumb, but yeah, I've a very simple way of speaking, and
I don't
I'm
think
not
you're
a sort.
dumb.
Dumb doesn't mean simple. If you understand things on a different level or in a different way of wording, it doesn't make you dumb. It just makes you a different way of understanding things. I can't hold my own 2 cents up to several people on this panel, but I don't think that I'm dumb. We just understand things differently.
That's a good point.
You also can't hold yourself to a standard of
Would it be nice, though?
as much as I want to know everything. Knowing a lot is not a comfortable place to be most of the time.
The reason they say ignorance is bliss.
Is that a reason not to know?
Yeah, hold on just one second. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I was listening, but Saint Mary, that was out of line. You don't diagnose people just by however long I've been on here. So please don't do that. It's not cool, man.
Oh, I don't. I don't know if their comment was diagnosing anyone, but
Well,
an
to say
interesting comment nonetheless.
mentally challenging can come off a bit uh, rude to those of us who are mentally challenged, or if that's the word that they want to use for that. But it's more than just to say someone might be is a bit broad and not their place. So I agree with Shell on that, but I don't think it was meant from like a diagnosed part. I think it was meant from just like a broad statement.
Too fast.
No worries, Shell. No worries. Good point, though, too, not to diagnose anybody up here. But, I guess, yeah, did you have any more questions before we let you go get to your breakfast?
I do not, but I just want to say thank you for being patient, being, kind to me, and I hope that maybe there's a small portion of something I gave back to you.
Absolutely, Shell. You gave me a lot to question. And as always, that who am I question is it's continuing to sit with me. Definitely.
It's a good one. Thank you, Shell.
All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Shell. Always appreciate you.
Appreciate you too.
Big W's for Shell. Almost got her in the middle of it.
Yeah, but now you got her nominated there. She's initiated now. So she's been initiated.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And well, the other question she asked me, what did I learn today? What did I learn? I think I'm still learning it. It's an interesting lesson, and I'm gonna question it too. Well, if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power, anything like that, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to burgle your gods. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And what even is that belief? What does belief mean to you?
Those with beliefs internally debate whether or not they should come up or not. You should, of course. The taps have gotten to 129,000, and shares have gotten to glasses 76. So we've got some of the best audience on TikTok in here tapping away.
Hell yeah, we do. Appreciate all of you. I wonder how far from a poem we are. I had an idea for one, and I keep having to change my mind. But I might do it anyway.
Do you need like a musical interlude to help you get the poem finished, or is it just about ready?
What poem?
Oh, the one at the bottom of the coffee glass.
That's because Thrall's a question dodger.
Yeah,
I'm curious what Morgan's answer might be. Really, really curious.
What was the question again?
What is home? Is it a house? Is it a place? Is it a feeling? What's home?
Home is where you belong.
If I belong nowhere, then where's home? Is it like a if you belong somewhere, then you have a home?
You belong here?
Belong somewhere that doesn't exist.
It's kind of deep because I still don't I know people say, oh, you belong here, or you belong there, or you belong. I don't know where I belong. I've come across a lot of places where I thought I belonged, but I'm not exactly in places.
I didn't say that home was one place you belonged. I said that home is where you belong. And it doesn't matter if you don't know where that is. What matters is that you do belong somewhere. Because nowhere doesn't exist.
Why does it matter what home is to anyone but you?
I'm wondering what a home is because I don't know. I've thought I've known what home was, but I've lost those places several times. So they couldn't be a home if I lost them.
Why couldn't they have been a home?
Because all these things that you guys say about where you feel like you belong, where you feel like where you have this feeling, I don't have that. I've never had that. It's always been a place to hide, and even then, not always safe.
I'd like to pause you for a moment. I never said I felt like I belonged anywhere.
You don't?
Frequently, I do not.
So, do you have a home, Morgan?
Not one I can point to. There are a lot of candidates, but I can't say for sure that any one particular one is where I belong.
Could that be because it might be like there is no order type idea?
There is no
belong differently, but not less.
I wonder if home is an illusion we seek. It doesn't seem to be tangible.
Can't it just be a temporary, a descriptor for a temporary state of something?
Temporary state. So a home's never a foundational thing.
It might be to you. That's how your descriptor of home is.
I'm still in the field work here. I'm not quite sure. Quite literally in the field work. But I guess when I was a Christian, I thought, oh, home is heaven, where you go when you pass on. Or when you're a pagan, home is with your ancestors, or when you're a Muslim, home is with Allah. But like, I'm an atheist now, and home is nowhere to be found. Maybe that's part of the problem. My definitions of home have been
loony bits. Where is your heart?
with my kids.
that be where your home is?
I don't know. They're not with me right now, so I don't know.
Could that be why you're so focused on what home is? Because it's wherever they are.
Everybody keeps telling me I have to build them a home.
Build? What build?
However that means. Get a house, get a stable environment for them, all those things. They keep on saying I gotta build a home for them so that they can have a place for us to be together.
Is that not something you can do where they are?
Not with the paperwork as it is right now. Thankfully, our government has made it difficult. Like the government doesn't ever do anything that's not difficult for the people, but
So it sounds like
yeah.
it sounds like in order for you to have your home, you have some tasks to do.
Yeah, I've been working on those. That's why I've been a little absent.
Understandable. Well, if you manage to, and I should say when, because you're a pretty awesome person. When you manage to get these tasks done, do you think maybe you'll feel like you'll know what home is again when your kids are with you?
Something for them when they get back, so it's not all a waste of them being gone. But perhaps you're right. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps when I get a place together with them, it'll feel like home again, or like it was supposed to, or I don't know. I do like the one phrase, home is where the heart is. And I think that's what you were leaning into.
That was a bit of what I was asking, but I had a feeling I knew what the answer was going to be when I asked it. And that was where I was going.
Yeah, I saw it in the comments earlier, and I know it's a common phrase, but I don't know. I guess I was just hoping for more of a clear understanding of what a home was so I could build it faster.
Well, in the vein of what you're supposed to build in order to be reunited, then that might have its own definitions, right? Stipulations, right? Ideals. But when you talk about home and the way you seem to think of it, like many others, it seems more about, well, in this case, to them.
Is your home where your heart is, Thrayle? Like with your, like with your wife and son?
I would say that that's one way to put it. Again, I've been kind of wondering what the meaning of the word is, but I think home being where the people you love are, I think that's really part of it. Morgan's idea of where you belong that raises a question of belonging. What does that really mean? But to belong. The word home certainly raises a lot of questions, doesn't it? Good question, Libby.
Well, I figured if I didn't know, you guys might have some answers or some perspective. You guys do always have some perspective, whether or not you have answers. And I always count on you for good questions, too.
Seemed like a really nice way of saying y'all have a lot of opinions even if you don't know anything. Which is true. Absolutely.
But to know nothing is to know everything, because we do truly know nothing.
I just thought that was so kind. That was such a kind way to say that.
Well, I don't always expect to come to get answers here, but I always expect, at least for my questions, to be challenged, to be questioned back at me, and for opinions to slowly come out.
This is wisdom. Never expect to walk away from here with an answer, but always with opinions.
Sometimes the opinions are hidden behind, well, we're here to question you, not ourselves. And then other times it's like, oh, we can give you a little bit of advice here, but don't take it as gospel truth, because we don't believe in that. But I think I always can learn here. Whether or not I get answers, I always get questions, and they help me find the answers.
Do you think that critical thinking is a good teacher?
It may be a good teacher, but one is a fool to learn from no other. Benjamin Franklin. I think with our teachers of life, critical thinking can be one, but so can experience, so can other things. So, yes, it's a good teacher, but not the only teacher. The experience side I'm living firsthand in my back of my car. I'm gonna find a home before I run out of gas at this nearly $6 a gallon prices.
Yeah, I'm also doing that $6 a gallon life. It's like rough, yeah. I have spent a lot of time living in my car in the last 5 years or so. Like a lot of time living in my car. So I understand the struggle. And gotta make the best of it, you know?
Yeah,
it's not fun, I know.
It's a life, that's for sure.
An SUV, you can lay the seats down and put like a little futon foam mattress or an air mattress or something back there.
I got a little sedan with Pretty colorful. It'd be nicer to get in a bigger car, but for now, I just got I cut up my foam mattress into the back seat and I was sleeping on that.
Yeah, I lived in a VW Beetle for a little while. That was rough.
Yeah, tiny cars are great ways to get into fetal position. That's about it. It's given me a lot of time to think, to question things, to go back over my belief in gods, or my disbelief in gods, rather. Just to clarify whether or not I believe certain things. It's been an interesting journey. Time to question. Usually I only have that time on here.
All right, my friends, I must depart. It is the town-wide yard sale, and I have cash in my wallet that I need to burn.
Oh my god, get something fabulous.
Right.
Find something small in the memorabilia area that's cute and tiny, but they don't know how much it's worth.
I'll send you pictures of what I find.
Please do.
Appreciate you, Morgan. She's pretty awesome.
Morgan's awesome. I look forward to talking to them in the Discord, which link can be found in both Batcolyte and Thrayle's bio. Morgan's a great one to hang out with. But if anybody like me also has had time to sit and contemplate for whatever reason, and you have a belief in gods or higher powers or something or a afterlife that is looked to as a home, please request up. We'd be curious in asking you a few questions. We're not here to take away your belief in gods or higher powers. We're here to see if you, which is thousands of years old. So if you have faith and you have a belief, please request up. We have several boxes available, and a pink and blue person down below you can gently tap to escort you up.
I like how you specified gently tap, is implying that they should not prod or poke at the pink and blue people.
Wait. Are you saying that hitting the pink and blue people down there, like you hit the box, or poking it, or tapping it, or what was the one we did once that got everybody upset? Oh, you can go ahead and do the pink and blue people, or do one of those boxes. So that was a bad one. I shouldn't do that.
Oh, you did get scolded for that one, didn't you?
My pink and blue people are brilliant ushers who merely escort people to their comfortable boxes. They do nothing but be kind. They don't deserve to be hit or prodded or poked. They deserve to be tipped. So be sure to tip your pink and blue people by tapping the host's box, hitting the roses.
poem's not quite a poem yet. It's poeming along though, and while it does the poeming thing that it does, it's probably going to be pretty, poemy. I'm actually, well, I don't know. Some people might like it, but while it does that, we do have time for probably one more guest, maybe, if they can question, before the poem's done poeming.
What are you doing? I didn't quite catch what you have going on over there. Are you writing a some kind of sonnet or fable, or is it, what is it? Is it a
soliloquy?
Is it a haiku?
Oh, haikus would be faster.
They would be faster. Just a few syllables. Isn't it like 575? Isn't it the haiku?
It is. It is indeed. Yeah.
This is a bit longer than haiku. I haven't been counting syllables. It's more like a feel, like a rhythmic sort of da 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 da.
It's It is the what is the word that I'm looking for? Cadence.
Cadence, yes. Yeah, there's some cadence here going on. A little bit of cadence, but more. Yeah, sort of a
Hello,
rhythmic
Steve.
thing it's doing. Hello, Steve. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
A haiku would be like old prayers unravel, moonlight slips through borrowed truth, silent asks, why? That's a haiku.
Nice. Very good.
I didn't do that myself. I had help, but yeah. It's a haiku.
Still, you took the incentive to have your loony pads. Nice haiku.
Haikus were always my favorite to write. Mostly because they're short. And I'm lazy. Ish. Lazy-ish.
I don't know what you call it, but when the person in the story stands up and begins along, when I was a child, the soliloquy or whatever, monologue, yeah. When those are the ones I like listening to because they're always so full of pompous and grandeur.
The audacity that somebody has to possess to do a monologue is astounding to me.
I think if I ever get a chance to write a will monologue, I'll be gone, but everyone will have to sit through it. It's the law.
Chaotic evil.
I'm going to make it so hard to understand with lots of questioning. But I'm getting a few calls. I'm gonna have to go take that real quick. I probably won't be back before the poem, but I'll be in the comments listening. And yeah.
Good to talk to you, Bats.
Take care.
All right, thank you.
Big W is for Looney Bats.
W for Looney Bats. Hello, Thrayle.
Hello, Cat. How are you doing?
Better now.
Better now.
Yeah, I just disappeared off the panel earlier, and then I came back and was sitting in a weird box. It's different.
It was weird. It was all was all down there, and then you ended up over there. And
I know. I don't know how that happened. How any of that happened, really.
I know. Well, I suppose. Well, I suppose it might have had.
I don't think.
You don't think what?
Nothing. I don't think. Brain off. Just kidding.
Seemed like a strange occurrence, though.
It was a very weird thing. It doesn't ever happen to me. I don't know. Maybe I learned something.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if it meant something to anybody. Did it leave an impression of some kind?
I don't know.
I'm not sure that it. Well, what would it have? I should really think about the result of that question.
Maybe you should reserve your questions.
It might be. Well, we might be at the.
Is the poem poeming?
Well, let's see. I'm about 2 stanzas away from knowing if it poems, but it only takes a. Well, hang on. Okay, maybe it's looking like the poem. Well, one last stanza.
So just real quick, you guys, all 66 of you that are still hanging in there with us, 140,000 likes. Maybe we can, if we tap really hard, we can do another 10,000 before the poem is done. Maybe that would make us really happy. 77 shares, that's amazing. There's also a gift goal that hasn't been met yet that we probably should work on maybe. But you guys are fantastic and the best audience on TikTok for sure.
Hell yeah. Definitely the best audience on TikTok.
And W panelists, W guests, W audience, W Thrayle, and of course, W mods.
Oh yeah, W mods.
Which includes Kat. But especially W Mika, who just kind of fucking started doing the thing and did a wonderful job.
Yeah, I've even seen Mika throw up a couple polls, at least one, and that was really awesome to see polls happening again that I didn't have to do. Hell yeah.
Do the rest of us have that power? I don't know.
Well, you lose your vote if you get it. Yeah, so you choose. Do you want to be able to vote in the polls or make the polls?
I don't think after tonight you would give me that power even if I wanted it.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, oh, no. Actually, yeah, no. That poll. No. Who won that poll anyways? Did anybody
I think it was about even.
I'm gonna have to.
Honestly. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't. But I feel like it kind of was.
I think it was pretty obvious who. I mean, like, poll or no poll.
Yeah. I think so. Thrayle. Although I will say the response of me for the audacity of inciting the poll was a really good answer, to be completely fair.
That was a pretty good answer. Okay, I do have to think on this last one. This line sucks.
What's today? Is it Saturday? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Happy Saturday.
Yes, it is Saturday.
I was trying not to distract you. I was whispering to them.
Good. Yep, you got it. Did good. I wasn't distracted at all.
I'm glad. Oh, that's a good question. That's an interesting question.
That's I'm not sure. Not sure how that will go.
The answer is never.
Do you ever read poetry, like in a performative kind of way?
I could. Have you ever heard me read anything out loud? I'm pretty good at it. Maybe I'll audition.
Yeah, we might do this. We might have to hear an audition.
Maybe just because the question was asked. Maybe I'll do an audition and see if I might be permitted to. That could be fun, poem reading auditions. Dueling poems. Interesting. Quantum, Uncle Rory and I do a skit every time he comes up here. He's just not really aware of how it's going to end.
Okay. Well, it's a poem. It might be good. Some people might like it. It might mean something to you. But, well, it is just a poem, right? And if you've been here through the live, tapping the screen, sharing the live, if you've been here engaging in all the ways that really help us get out to the algorithm and all those awesome believers, FYPs, so that they, come back and question their beliefs again and again. And thank you. Thank you so much for all that engagement. But of course, thank you, too, if you just showed up and fell asleep. That's cool, too. Thank you for being here. You guys really are the best audience on TikTok, and I really appreciate all of you. And as Kat said, W mods, we really couldn't do this without you. So thank you guys so much. And what am I missing? Oh, if you want to join the community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, of course, you can always join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just have to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, that is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference in the world. And, well, there's always that new link there, the one that's always unfurling a little more. Well, that'd be cool if you go there too. Maybe you might find some other way to show your support. And, yeah. What am I missing? Oh, I think there's only one thing left. Oh, thank you, Cap. I was gonna do that old phrase. Big W's for Cat. Thank you so much. And now there's this poem thing. What makes a god beyond a name? A voice, a force, a holy flame. If silence answers every plea, what marks divine from mystery? What is a heaven meant to be? Reward, escape, or some eternity? And if no gates should wait above, does that make the lesser mortal love? What is the spirit people claim? The unseen spark, the hidden flame? If every thought can shift and sway, what part of self survives the day? What makes a person truly known? Their flesh, their mind, the life they've grown. If memory fades and bodies change, what keeps the you from turning strange? What is love that lasts the years? Desire, comfort, hope, or fear? And if it bends with time and pain, what will make it worth the risk again? What makes a place become a home? The soil, the walls, the blood, the bone. If home can leave while still in sight, what is it people spend lives trying to find? And why do questions feel so sharp, like threats against the fragile heart? If something true can bear the strain, what's lost by asking once again? Perhaps the point is not to land with final answers close at hand, but learning not to fear the weight of truths that change when challenged straight. To hold beliefs with looser grip, to let uncertainty exist, to know the mind grows not from rest, but from what survives the test. In darkness we meet, not certain, not through, just willing to question what we thought we knew. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.